If you ever feel like it's all so jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black pill reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get in, Hasan is streaming. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get in, Hasan is streaming.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm hasanpiker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from mostly sunny 66 degrees California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Saturday, December 14th, 2024. We are so close to Christmas. Holy shit. You already know what it is. That means it's Socialismus. Machine Gun Kitte, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm alive, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic Saturday, no matter where you are in the world. Now, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Camera so crispy clear. Yeah, it's been that way. Where have you been? But folks, as far as personal news goes, Not much has happened, unsurprisingly, in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Ended the broadcast last night. And what did I do? I watched Dungeon Meshi. That's right, Delicious in Dungeon. I had a decent amount of time to myself to be able to watch Delicious in Dungeon. Hung out with the family a little bit. This man is late again. Watch out, Mr. Bazor is gonna give him a write-up. Well, my Mr. Bazor is 30,000 of you. Let's be real. So, but there's a good reason for why I'm late, of course, and that is because we had to shoot the podcast this morning, Fear End Podcast. It's going to come out in a timely manner, and it's also going to be relevant stuff. Okay? But, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, after the Dungeon Meshi experience, I went to sleep. I woke up early, and I got a warning. Cutie is on. Yes, Cutie is on the episode. Don't worry. For all the cutie heads out there, do not worry. Yeah, what did I do? I went on. It's Saturday morning. Immediately, I got the itch where I was like, I got to do less politics, which is of course something that we never actually end up doing. But other than that, I got a warning on my phone. It said, "Hey, Hasan, you've actually slept 8 hours for once. Are you okay? Congratulations." And honestly, I feel pretty good. I was trying to also, for the gaming enjoyers out there, rejoice. There is an opportunity out there. I don't know if it'll come through, but I was trying to put together with a couple friends a lobby for Marvel Rivals. That's right, and it's not like sponsored or anything, but everyone keeps saying it's fucking sick. So yeah, there might be a little bit of Marvel Rivals gaming as well, because I'm really I really want to touch on it, because I heard it's like really fucking exciting and fun. I don't care either way, but go off, King. Yeah. Again, a reminder that you have 3 unused collabs from the Rainforest Charity that you still haven't gotten done. Goat Yoga with Will, Ice Skating with Blau, random collab with Lud, free content. True. Yeah. But you see Squirrel Girl? No. But if you play, you have to play as Jeff the Land Shark. What is that? I got engaged this week, says Yehuda. Shouts out to you, my friend. Congratulations. Mazel tov. Do you say Mazel tov after an engagement? Jeff is fascist? Who is Jeff? You say it after anything good. It's the same as congrats. Yeah. The shark? Jeff the Land Shark? Okay, I don't know what the fuck that is. All right, whatever. But yeah, we watched Sicko last night. She was pretty funny. I really liked it. It was harrowing experience overall, but Jeff is literally Mussolini and Hitler combined. And then I click on what Jeff looks like, and this is what Mussolini and Hitler looks like to you. This fucking cute ass thing. Really? We've officially reached the point of everything I don't like is Hitler in this broadcast, I think. Don't get fooled by him. That is not the face of mercy. Don't fall for it. You don't know? Okay, well, Regardless, folks. Other than that, personal news wise, what has happened in the world? I woke up early. I did my honorary Discord statement about how I want to do less politics, which is not going to happen. So don't be fucking stupid about it. And also after that, I went and I worked out. It was a light workout day, and I found out that I've gained like 8 pounds. I've gained 8 pounds after 1 week of like eating poorly in Londonistan. And I gotta nip that shit in the bud, you know? I gotta fucking fix that instantly. So there is that. Mostly water weight, but still. Yeah. But the one impact of it has been that like I'm putting up more weight than ever before, so that's good. Stavi's cookies played a role in this as well. God damn it, Stavi. I ate the entire tank of cookies. Cursed. But anyway, it's all good though. I'm back on my fitness shit. I'm back on my good diet shit as well. You already know, baby. Don't you worry about a goddamn thing. So, what else? Yeah, we shot the podcast. It was great. Lots of drama. On the paywalled episode, you'll get all the cutie streamer wars drama as well. Are you caught up on Dandadan? I'm not. You look fucking hot in those streamer awards photos, dog. Respect. Oh, thank you. I posted on Instagram. That one chatter that kept saying like, can you post on your Instagram the streamer awards fit? I did it. I finally did it. There it is. I posted mostly because Cutie was literally so adamant about this one photo that she DM'd it to me on Discord and was like, look how good this photo looks. But yeah, stanced up, posted up, got my freaking fit pics. Hasan, can I look like you want a HasanAbi head girly? Good luck. But yeah, we got a bunch of photos out there. I miss when you did politics. Man, shut the fuck up. You didn't tag Speed in the pics on Twitter? I didn't because Speed is untaggable on Twitter. Even though we're moots. Like I follow him, he follows me back. It doesn't matter. I am not allowed to tag him on Twitter for some reason. I don't think he has his. Don't worry about doing less politics. I'll be fine watching your game. Thank you. But yeah. What happened to the Oxford speech? It's going to be up when it gets when they put it up. They have a bunch of other videos on the docket that they haven't posted yet. What is this? Baby got back? Hasan sketch with chisel tip markers? God damn. You really got my ass. You really got my ass perfect on this. Themasius, thank you for the playlist. We're gonna talk about South Korea, obviously, and some other news as well before we dive into some other shit. Hopefully to some fun shit. Okay, so fear not. Apparently, George Stephanopoulos and ABC have to apologize to Donald Trump and are forced to pay $50 million in a defamation suit, which is crazy. We'll talk about that. Trump wins defamation suit. What's going on with the drones in New Jersey? South Korea protests against impeached incel prez. Fun day Saturday. Commences. We got watch parties. We got it all. Get in now. What is this Reddit? Yeah, the sovereign citizens on the docket. You know the name, you know the no. Okay, you guys need to stop with this. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's also I guess not necessarily drama, but like another whistleblower got popped, an OpenAI whistleblower this time. And I feel like at a certain point we gotta be like, damn, we're just, you know, like what's happening there? What's going on? Just if you're a whistleblower, you just get killed now. That's what it is. Life expectancy among whistleblowers is at an all-time low. Jay Mershon, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here it is. Here it is. Immeasurable guilt for whistleblowing. Yeah, that's what it is. They feel so much guilt after blowing the whistle against these massive corporations that are so good. Everybody knows. Everybody knows when you're a whistleblower, like you're being a bit of a meanie against the corporation, which everybody knows is punishable by law. And I think you just have this tremendous guilt for blowing the whistle against the corporation, which should not be allowed, which should not be free speech. Free speech obviously has limitations, such as when it hurts corporations' feelings. And I think that's the reason why they dome themselves so regularly. Did you see this club reaction to Luigi? I have not, but I'm not surprised by this at all. Corporations are legally people, so it's immoral to be mean to them. Yeah, except for people. It's not immoral to be mean to like actual people, especially people that are against corporations, people that are critical of corporations. I think everybody knows, like, I mean, I'm showing this as like what not to do, right? Oh, we got, oh, speaking of corporations, I guess it's not really a corporation, but here it is. People are entering right now in the chat for an opportunity to get gifted some ideology merch. No updates on Michael Moore on the broadcast so far. God damn, people are going crazy. Anyway, I have no idea. I personally don't know anything about the New Jersey drone stuff, but I'm excited to learn about it and see how crazy people are. And I'm going to make up my mind on what the most convincing conspiracy theory is on the spot. That's my goal here. I will openly tell you right now, I have not seen a lick of news and information on the drones. I have my suspicions on what they most likely are. It's almost always the military. But, you know, but we'll see. Okay, stop spamming. The winner is Ty Guy 2022. Congratulations, Ty Guy 2022. Anyway, Trump seems to think the drones are actually McDonald's delivery drones that are delivering drones to Chris Christie. They're delivering McDonald's to Chris Christie. Girl, the boycott is what I say. People are saying, is Iranian drones coming from the mothership off the coast? Yeah. What is this? This is incredible. British Christian lady meets Chabadniks for the first time and thinks she's the victim of an anti-Semitic hate crime. I was walking around London last night when someone called out of the dark at me, "Are you Jew?" I froze and turned around. It was two schoolgirls. They asked again if I was a Jew. They had something in their hands. I panicked and said no. I was expecting them to launch into an angry Palestine rant and thrust a pamphlet material at me. It turns out they were handing out candles for Hanukkah. I'm not Jewish, but I shan't forget the volt of panic I felt in that moment where I realized I was being viewed as a Jew and not knowing if things would end well or badly because of it. I cannot imagine what actual Jews in London or Europe are going through at the moment. I felt paranoid for the rest of my trip. Whilst their offer of candles set my mind at rest and the world became a better place for a moment, it is easy to imagine such an interaction going in the opposite direction. That is fucking amazing. Why do people not feel embarrassed to write stuff like this out and just hit send on it? We've moved on from the Jews are tired. I saw a sign that said free parking and I thought free Palestine. The Jews are tired, which is a classic banger Eve Fartlow take. To I perceived what it's like to be a victim of an anti-Semitic hate crime as a Christian. Remember, I've told you this before, but there is this attitude that Christian defenders of Israel have where they're more Jewish than actual honest to God Jews. Okay? I'm not even joking when I say this because I've seen it far too frequently. But evangelical Christians literally think they're more Jewish than anti-Zionist Jews in general. Okay? It's like, even if you are, she's not even Jewish. The person's not even Jewish. And it's so funny. They literally behave as though they themselves are actually more Jewish than like someone like Felix Biederman. Okay? It is such freak shit. And it's amazing. It's amazing. It's like they perceive personal victimhood by proxy. The other aspect, the other group of people that do this, are Germans across the board, regardless of their like religious background. Germany as a nation is comprised of people with this exact mentality for some weird, inexplicable reason. I guess it's not inexplicable. It is very explicable. It's crazy to me. I'd be pog champing if someone gave me Hanukkah candles unprompted. This shit is hard to find these days. Like, it's funny because like this could have gone in either direction. It could have been a Hanukkah candle, or it could have been the other classic, which is Chabadniks trying to convert you, like a Jewish man, into their version of Judaism, which is something that I have also encountered because I guess I live in areas where there are a lot of Orthodox Jews, and I guess I look Jewish because this has happened to me as well. Little do they know. Little do they know. But that's it. What is the word you're saying and what does it mean? Orthodox Judaism has many different sects inside of it. And one branch of it is one branch of it. There's no proselytizing in Judaism. There's no like Mormon missionary style. It's hard to convert to Judaism. You got to actually work for it. And there's no, like, it's an exclusionary by nature, and I don't have any issues with that. But there is one group within different branches that want other Jews who are like Reform Jews to be more Jewish, like Orthodox style, if that makes sense. Where if you have been in any neighborhoods where there's like a lot of Orthodox Jews, and if you look Jewish, sometimes they'll come up to you and be like, "Are you Jewish?" And the reason why they're asking is because they want to convert you into Orthodox Judaism. Like, they want to convert you into believing that the Messiah is alive, I think. That's what it is, right? In New York, at least, it's like the Messiah, the Jews that believe that the Messiah is still alive. He didn't actually die. Not all Jews want to convert you, law. That's a pretty dangerous kind of take. Wait, what? Guy who literally did not hear anything I said. Like, not only did I... Oh, what are you saying? I said the exact opposite thing that you... Like, I said this, okay? I said this first part. It's not even like a majority. And it's not a conversion from a Christian or a Muslim into Judaism. It's a conversion from Reform Judaism to Orthodox, a very specific type of Orthodox Judaism. That's why they ask if you are Jewish or not. The Lubavitcher Rebbe died, and some Chabadniks believe he's still alive, and some think he is not the Messiah. Yeah, exactly. It's not Orthodox or Orthodox specific. You're talking about Messianic Jews, aka Jews for Jesus. No, that's a different that's a different denomination as well. You are just wrong. What? Overwatch is better than Rivals. Please don't play Rivals. Oh my God. I thought this guy was talking about something that I was actually talking about, but it turns out he's not. It's not Messiah, it's Meshiach. Wait, I thought they knew who the Messiah was. No, there's like there are different groupings where some people think it's that Rebbe that they were talking about, and other people think that he hasn't come back yet. And when he does come back, then Jews will have a nation state. So like the Neterai Karta don't believe that the Messiah has come back yet, and that Jews are supposed to be stateless according to their interpretation of the Torah until the Messiah comes back. There are different sects even between the drippier coalitions of orthodoxy. Like even within Orthodox Judaism, there are different groupings that have a different interpretation of the Torah. So like even if you see dudes with the fucking hat, the hat that says like they've had sex, which I think is the coolest thing, and every religion should have that, in my opinion. Like the furry hat. Like I personally love that. It's like a video game. You get to put on more armor. You know what I mean? Like you get to put on armor to show your class position, and instead of your class position, you get to show that you've had sex. Wait, that's what it means? Okay, maybe I'm interpreting it a little bit different than what it's actually supposed to imply. It just means that you're married. It just means that you're married, but I... So this person's a weirdo paranoiac, and that's what that means exactly. This is the most mentally ill tweet you've had on stream in a while. That person is a detransitioner? Wait, what? Oh my God, what's wrong with England, man? What the hell's going on? Anti-Semite of the year, folks. I'm willing to bet I know more about the ins and outs of Judaism and the different sects than like the average Jewish American does. Like, but that's because I need to know my enemy better. Ooh, that's right. I've studied the blade so I could figure out how to be more anti-Semitic secretly. Is Anti-Semite of the Year going to be announced tomorrow? That's what a professional anti-Semite would say. It's true. You're like the bigots who know every single trans statistic. Exactly. That's what it is. You only know more because Felix gives you the fix. Felix has taught me some stuff. I mean, I've learned some stuff. I didn't know about the tent, or not the tent necessarily, but the leaves that you get fluffed in the face with. That shit's cool too. The very expensive citrus. Sukkot. When is Felix coming back on the broadcast? Yeah, Etrog pilled. Felix is not coming on the broadcast anytime soon because he's just... Honestly, I was going to say it's because he lives in New York now and therefore he can't just like, you know, come and pull up. But the real reason is because he's fucking jealous, dude. He's jealous that I'm a top contender of Anti-Semite of the Year and that he's never... His his dedicated approach has been completely unexamined. Nobody cares about it. And he's very upset. He's a little upset about the crown that I have, that I will be winning most likely tomorrow or whenever the fuck the nominations pull through. They don't know ball. I guess it's announced. After an unprecedented 20,000 votes, 3 finals have emerged for 2024's Anti-Semite of the Year. Candace Owens, hasanpiker, Greta Thunberg. Voting is open until December 13th. Oh shit, the voting ended yesterday. And the winner will be announced on December 15th. So I guess tomorrow we learn. Want to look at this one real quick? What is this? Oh, this is sick. Okay, my hair is not that white yet. Calm down. Respect, though. I'm willing to bet it's still going to be Candace Owens. Well, not because she's like actually... This is a unique one because Candace Owens is legitimately anti-Semitic and also anti-Zionist, which is why she's on this list. Not because she's actually anti-Semitic. She's the only person who's actually anti-Semitic out of the top 3 contenders. But I don't think any of that is the reason why she's going to win this. I think she's going to win this because she's a black woman. And with the rare exception of Kanye West, the only people that have won this award so far year over year have been women of color. And once again, with the exception of Kanye West, every single other person was not actually anti-Semitic, but simply anti-Israel. So I still think it probably will be Candace Owens. So we'll see. But I think I might win it. You know, I might win it all. Who knows? And it will be the first time a white man has finally won the goddamn award, you know? Do you get a trophy? I don't know. Drones with guns spotted? Dude, I don't think this is... Yeah. Will you do an acceptance speech tomorrow? Yes, I will. Yeah, I'm not going to zoom in on this because I feel like there is something... I'm not going to zoom in on this, but I feel like there's something horrible in there if you zoom in. Luckily, we can't see it, so... I have seen a lot of stuff about the drone stuff that I think is really funny. Like I don't know a single damn like real article on the drone shit, but the drone shit is seemingly yet another instance where like like people are not being normal about this at all. Like people are like I've seen a couple posts of people just straight up posting planes that are flying above their house or whatever, and they're like, this is a drone, and it's like, no, it's definitely not. That's just a plane. Like, you're just describing a plane. You are looking at a plane. We are so medieval peasant brain, dude. It is amazing. It is fucking spectacular. But people think it's an Iranian mothership, and I love that. Anyway, speaking of people being mentally ill on the timeline and getting rewarded for it, this lady or person, man, I don't know. They're British, so I never know which way British naming conventions go. And someone said they're a detransitioner, so I don't know. I apologize. I'm not, trying to misgender this person. But anyway, they said Jews are being targeted in the streets of Europe. This has made newspaper headlines all year. I'm not saying anything happened to me. I'm not saying I'm a victim of anything. The point is, for a split second before I could orientate myself, I thought something could happen simply for my being perceived as Jewish without actually being Jewish. And this provided me with a window into the fear some Jews are experiencing in the streets of Britain and Europe at the moment. It's not normal to be asked if you're a Jew at random and unprovoked. It literally is, dumbass. It is. If you knew anything about Judaism, or if you actually had ever been around at least Orthodox Jews, you would know that, yes, this is an interaction that does occur. Okay? Like, what are we talking about? This is the one lady where you're like, don't stay outside. Yeah. Lady, go inside is right. No, you should not touch grass. Okay? You should perhaps stop touching grass. This is my favorite anti-Semitic hate crime. Hi, Adam. You're right. I am not Jewish. Adam Friedland said, Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish. She's just ugly. Chelsea Clinton responds, hi, Adam. You're right. I am not Jewish. Since you find me ugly, feel free to never look at me. The ugly Jew is a vile, centuries-old anti-Semitic trope. So next time, please just go straight to ugly and leave out the rest. Thank you. I'm sorry, ma'am. Is this cumboy bothering you? I said. I was there to defend the honor. Excuse me, Chelsea. My friend Adam actually happens to be ugly as shit and looks exactly like anti-Jewish propaganda. So please check your just regular ugly privilege. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Oh, man. What a time. What a time that was. Knew you were a Democratic shill? Yes. Huh. Yeah. Regarding drones, governors seemingly are afraid of stars, which is understandable. Andy Kim, after going out with police to observe reports of possible drones, I loved the photo op. I was with the help of civilian pilots and others able to go do deeper analysis and conclude that most of the possible drone sightings that were pointed out to me were most certainly planes. Let me explain. A thread. Dude, we are on the verge of something nefarious, okay? I need you guys to understand. We are on the verge of societal collapse. Okay? You got people literally going, "Oh, these are straight up. These are straight the fuck up drones that are here to kill us." When they're looking at just like regular planes, we are cooked. Except Donald Trump is not. He knows what the drones are, okay? He knows that it's Chris Christie eating McDonald's. I don't want to dive into the drone stuff yet, but I guess I might. But before we do that, I have some choice UHC shooter memes as well that are on the docket. And I'm a little bit all over the place, but I want to get started with that one first. Let's close this chapter. Okay, and then before we get to the drones, let's talk about the United Healthcare CEO memes that are coming out.
The health insurance CEO got shot. Wasn't that fucking crazy? That was wild. How we all had to pretend that shit was sad. That's crazy. What a crazy thing. You know what I wish? Honestly, I wish he got shot in the belly or something, so he like lived just long enough to go to the hospital and get denied health insurance. That's what I really wish. Cocksucker.
I mean, you said I hate Akash, but he's cooking here.
Can I be honest? Too soon? It wasn't soon enough. That guy should have been shot months ago, probably. Fucking years ago. Honestly. I hate health insurance, man. I fucking violently hate it. If you don't hate it, you probably never had to pay for it on your own, to be honest with you. I hate health insurance, dog. Shut up, bitch. You give a fuck? I don't. This is where we differ. Hey, you know who agrees with me? Pretty much everybody else. That performative ass shit. I'm sorry, man. I don't, maybe that was in poor taste. I hope Brian, what's his name? Brian Thompson. Brian Thompson. I'll say his name. I hope he's looking up at us right now and he's able to forgive my sins. Fuck that guy, dude. Fuck that guy. Right in his face. Right in his dead fucking face. Right in his rigor mortis fucking face. I couldn't give less of a shit.
Why are you sending me this? Like, even people with large platforms like Hasan the Hun have good leftist politics. There's little they do to connect viewers to community organizing. It seems like they actively avoid it. Is this person actually from Atlanta? Because if they are, they would know that not only have I talked about the Stop Cop City protests, I've also personally given money to the Stop Cop City protesters. so even directly on Atlanta related politics, like I've been there. And my job also personally is to offer light to this sort of stuff. We don't need influencers. We need community organizers. I agree. Political education. I agree, which is something that I try to offer. Unions. I agree. Neighborhood councils. I agree. International solidarity. I agree. And proactive organizing. These influencers just build platforms and boil important discussions down to quick talking points. I don't watch streams, but the New Thinker pointed out that during his On the Hunch DNC stream, dozens upon dozens of organizers asked him to speak at community events taking place across the city, and he tacitly refused. Absolutely perfect example of the opportunism problem. Yeah, that's also not true. Not only did I actually offer coverage to the uncommitted movement, it led me to get kicked out of the DNC, but also I literally did attend the protests in the first day of the DNC. That's what I spent my time doing. So this is a common critique I see from people I respect who don't watch him, but it's simply untrue. He's the largest contributor to Amazon labor union, subverting his employer, has done many streams with labor organizers on many different picket lines. He streams the UCLA Gaza encampment and DNC Gaza protests, had dozens of people coming up to him, thanking him for getting them into organizing, as he does tell his audience to get involved in local organizing all the time. I've been doing a deep dive the last few weeks on something I'm writing, and beyond a few things here and there, it just seems the personality cult around him obscures actual impact. While fundraising is great, he's still legitimizing the very company the union is fighting law. That's a crazy thing to say. Yeah, I guess I should do what this guy's doing and write a fucking Substack instead, because that's more ethical. Anyway, maybe dive a little bit deeper, my friend. Don't fucking annoy this person. Don't yell at this person. When you do yell at people like this, all you do is harden their positions. Okay? It's just stupid. I'm sure this person has done wonderful work. Okay? So, you know, I hope that in their deep dives they will be able to develop a broader picture. But yeah, if you do that, I hate you. If you go after this person and like yell at them and try to defend my honor or whatever, I hate you. Do not harass or bother this person. But yeah, I'm pretty familiar with how much privilege that I have. And I personally try to use that privilege for good. If people are concerned or confused by what I do, my goal is to educate, but also agitate, but also, most importantly, entertain. In the process, I try to dumb down a lot of these dense theory-based ideas, and I try to apply a materialist lens to why things are happening in the way that they are. And also on top of that, I try to do valuetainment like my goat, Patrick Bet David. And yeah, that's it. And I think that it is false to say that, I mean, it's not my impact. My impact in and of itself is nothing. But this community is comprised of many community organizers, and many people that have been able to successfully and sometimes unsuccessfully unionize their labor, unionize their workplaces. So, maybe this person is a little confused, but you can shit on me all day, every day. That's fine. But don't assume that this is a community comprised of dullards who don't know their ass from their elbow. These are people who are very impactful. So I think it's very stupid when people say shit like that without watching. That I won't let slide. Because it's objectively untrue. And I hate when people say stuff like that, when they're like, oh, these are just teenagers, they're dumb teenagers. It's wrong. I wonder what you did. Reads the personality cult to this person. Of all your qualities, I wouldn't say your personality is in the top 5. Yeah, I mean, I actively I actively try to, even when I engage in like parasocial aspects of content creation, I try to use that as an educational moment. You know what I mean? So that's it. But most of this argument basically reduces to he should do everything but the one thing that he's successful at. And I always find that very funny when people are just like, hey, I recognize your place in this space as a successful content creator whose worldview is almost identical to mine, most likely. But I think you should stop the one thing that you're incredibly successful at, that it's so successful that like I recognize it, and do something else. It almost always gets reduced to that by both my haters who want me to shut the fuck up and go away, and even people who would normally be fans that also ironically advocate for the same thing. The unfortunate reality for you guys that want me to shut the fuck up and go away is that I'm not going to do that. And I also don't know why you think you have any say in this process. You can try to write a convincing argument on your Substack or whatever. I have yet to see it. But, overall, stay in your lane. I'm going to stay in mine. And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Many people have come and gone. Some who have said Hasan is secretly a reactionary, maybe even, dare I say, a fascist. Hasan is this, Hasan is that. And it seems like my opinions on, or my commentary has not changed. And yet many of those other people who used to say I'm secretly in the pocket of the DNC or whatever, those guys have actually left the Democrats and left any sort of socialist organizing. And half of them now straight up advocate for Donald Trump. So I don't know. You could call me anything, but you can't call me inconsistent. Okay? That's crazy. Free Luigi.
You gotta give the people what they want, right?
Long live Luigi, free Luigi. That's right. This was a really funny article that Felix pointed to. I completely forgot about the root, Felix says. This article is so funny. Every other paragraph is like, Luigi had enough stands to make Taylor Swift blush. But if he tries using his likes and retweets in prison, he'll have a certified bruh moment. And honestly, at first you're like, come on, no way did the root go that far and did something so ridiculous. On this article titled, Luigi Mangione isn't the brilliant thirst trap y'all made him out to be. And apparently it's the third iteration of this article. Like they tried it. Like they tried different versions of this. Yeah, it says, is the cold-blooded United Healthcare CEO killer getting this much love because he's a white man? Why the anti-DEI United Healthcare alleged shooter isn't the woke icon you thought he was? Now, the reason why I think it's informative, instructive, is because in a moment like this, you get to see all aspects of the political spectrum and people from very different backgrounds engage in this unified response to say, no, this guy is actually bad. Okay? This guy is actually bad. Please stop. Please don't celebrate. The Root is also a black website. No, I know. And they hold an important role in this process. I've often talked about the angry, violent black man trope and the permission structure that liberals gain from having black academics or other, like from having black writers write articles that basically imply the black community has a misogyny problem, the black community has a homophobia problem. Things of that nature are like hyper focusing on black men in particular is almost always done from not a critical lens, but usually done from the insidious white supremacist lens that gives liberals who are otherwise woke and otherwise, I would say, usually aware of racial stereotyping, an opportunity and a permission to say things that, you know, racist white people of different political ideologies say openly. Okay? This isn't to say that, like, there isn't homophobia, queerphobia, or misogyny in the black community. It's just that it exists in every community, and hyper focusing on black people in this way oftentimes is done with this nefarious purpose. Anyway, we saw some versions of this in terms of like identity, like hyper focused rad lib identity politics being utilized against the solidarity shown by every group towards Palestinian emancipation, when people will be like, where was the watermelon gang at when BLM was happening? Or what do they call it? Watermelon Twitter? They talk about like the Palestinians like that. Now, it's just wrecker shit. Yeah, it's just wrecker shit for the most part. Just so you understand, it is not done with honest intentions, in my opinion. It is not done with honest intentions, but rather with a nefarious purpose. To say, yeah, no, the real victim here are not the millions of people that have been fucked over by their private healthcare providers, but instead it's actually the healthcare CEOs that contribute to this problem. Please. That's it. And there is no better example of that than this right here. Oh, yeah, don't make no mistake. It's because he's a white man. That's why people love him. And oftentimes, what's really interesting about this is that it does come from like a valid assessment, because white supremacy is real. And yes, it plays a significant role in the way that we analyze society. So when someone says like a black person wouldn't get this level of appreciation from broader American society, yeah, that's true. Except you are not saying that. This is not the time and place to say that. And you're only saying that because you want your readers to basically turn around and not celebrate this act, because you are afraid, because you have a different goal here. Okay? It's this. The goal is to finger wag. That's the only reason. The goal is to finger wag and use every orifice of media to tell the broader American public that how they felt in that moment is wrong. Okay? That's it. This is a perfect example of identity politics used for the explicit purpose of obfuscating class instead of combating existing injustice. Yes. Thank you, chatter. You pointed it out perfectly. But without further ado, let's read what this Root article was about by Madison J. Gray. Luigi Manzioni isn't the brilliant thirst trap y'all made him out to be. This cat is being heralded as some type of brilliant rogue vigilante because of his looks. Nah, son. This reads like Jake Tapper wrote it. This article literally reads like Jake Tapper wrote the article. You know what I'm talking about? The famous article that Jake Tapper wrote. What was it? Gang banging in the Rust Belt or whatever. The best line from the Godfather saga is from the second movie in the series. Michael Corleone says, "If anything in this life is certain, if history has taught us anything, it is that you can kill anyone." Maybe Luigi Mangione took this really seriously when he decided to allegedly bust a cap in the back. I don't know what to say about this. Okay, I that is. This was a white man or AI? No. I think it's an incredibly corny liberal who wrote this. I know it reads as though. I know it reads as like an out of touch white dude, like Jake Tapper. Like as though Jake Tapper wrote it personally. No, it's not. It's not an article doing blackface. Some were shocked that the broad daylight killing could take place in Midtown Manhattan, one of the most monitored areas in the country. Others actually cheer for the killing of a leader of a company that has gained infamy among regular people seeking reliable health insurance. Before Mangione's arrest, when only an unclear photo of him in New York hospital circulated, people were hailing him as some kind of brilliant vigilante who struck a blow against an evil healthcare company. Others were lusting over him harder than they do Timothy Chalamet. Many believed this mastermind had fled the country for a place with no extradition laws, never to be seen on American soil again. Now we know that Mangione actually came from privilege with his Ivy League engineering and tech intern background. Again, yeah, Jake Tapper, gang banging in the media land, where he... But Lil Coddle was serious. Busting op-ed in its ass, yo. This is a real article, man. As smart as he's supposed to be, Mangione was never about that criminal life. He did dumb shit like remove his face mask in a heavily surveilled area, apparently left the trail of evidence. And even in his perp walk, he wouldn't shut up. A violation of rule number 1 when you get cuffed. Folks, especially white women, are standing Mangione because he's young and handsome. And I guess pretty privilege also applies when you take a mugshot. Amazing. But it shouldn't come as a surprise because some of these same white women last month voted for a man who thinks their bodies are government property. Mangione's trying to fight extradition where he'll be arraigned. He'll probably wind up in Rikers Island where, trust me, all that standing by the public won't protect bruh. This whole episode created a new and probably needed discussion on the healthcare system, but unfortunately the focus has shifted to a man who really doesn't deserve the flowers he's getting. Yeah. This is incredible stuff. I mean, it's a fantastic article. Congratulations to The Root for yet another banger, okay? All right. That was fantastic. Congratulations. Like, there's a million articles you could write from the racial angle, okay, where, like, Americans' broad reception to Daniel Penny, okay, a person who dished out quote-unquote vigilante justice against a black unhoused person experiencing a mental health episode in a system that failed Jordan Neely time and time again. And the broad reception and celebration of Daniel Penny is gross, okay? Especially when the very same media outlets on the right that personally hail Daniel Penny as a champion are also simultaneously in the same breath criticizing this other person who is seen as a vigilante that has broader reception, that has even more broader and more popular reception. But of course, that kind of takes the argument away from, you know, shunning people and yelling at them for even daring to say, I don't personally care about this story at all. So, you know, just bad writing in general, but I'm glad it exists. Because I like reading shit like that. I love reading bad articles like that. It's fantastic. Anyway, there was a couple other things I wanted to talk about with respect to protecting healthcare CEOs. I'm glad that Connor O'Malley is doing the right thing and is working tirelessly in defending healthcare CEOs, walking medical executives from their offices to their car.
Walking medical executives from their offices to their car. I had no weapon. I was going to disarm attackers with original song. The song is about how we need medical treatment. All diseases can be cured with a combination of bananas and water. For song link.
But this is Connor O'Malley. He's fucking hilarious. He's a comedian who does stuff like this all the time. He's great. Before you say this is not like a crazy person, chat. He's a comedian. He is presenting himself as a crazy person. I know, 127. Okay, I guess I'm not the most autistic in this fucking community. All right, Jesus Christ. He is a comic. This is a joke. Anyway, but at a time when we have many CEOs that are terrified, I wanted to speak about this one CEO who was asked on Piers Morgan's broadcast what he would say to people who celebrated Luigi Mangione. Now, the reason why I think this is really funny is because Peter Thiel is a real-life supervillain. Peter Thiel also partially is responsible for the Root, or at least the larger company that owned the Root and many others, Gawker Media, being destroyed. Okay? Peter Thiel, who actually, you know, has real blood boys, is once again showcasing his charisma and defending the honor of CEOs.
And to those who think this shooter is a hero because he did it because he said this healthcare executive was presiding over a healthcare system which kills thousands of Americans by denying them cover, what would you say to them?
it's I don't know what to say. I think I still think you should try to make an argument, and I think this is you should, you know, there may be things wrong with our healthcare system, but you have to make an argument, and you have to try to find a way to convince people and change it by that. And this is, you know, this is not going to work.
Peter,
and, I don't know. Yeah. It's
that's cool, man. Okay. Like, why is Peter Thiel always panicking, dude? This is the most nervous, most anxious man I have ever seen. He's trying to make public appearances thinking that people will like him like Elon. It ain't working. Yeah. I mean,
it's yeah. I mean, there are all sorts of things one could say about it, but I don't think, and I think, you know, I think the motives feel, I don't want to go into all the particulars here, but I don't think there's anything heroic about him.
Nice, man. Nah, he did it. If you ever seen Peter Thiel in any sort of conversation, this is how he operates. Like, this is just what he comes across as. It's fucking crazy. I don't know why he looks like that. He always looks like he just dunked his head in a vat of oil. He just, you know, you can see the nerves popping out of his dome. Obviously, people will say, oh, he's neurodivergent, but it's like, you know. This is also an incredible time for Peter Thiel as well, considering all the play that surveillance technology is getting, especially artificial intelligence-backed surveillance technology, which is what he does. That's his job. That's what he does for a living. So congratulations to Peter Thiel. He will be the one that wins the most from this process. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Second. Delivery drivers that got the fucking cop knock freak me the fuck out, dude. Delivery drivers sometimes come in and they just like, I mean, they don't come into the house, but like when they're delivering and they just like knock on the door for me to see that there's a package, it is straight up fucking terrifying. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, you're knocking on the door like I've done something severely illegal and you're here to arrest me. The fuck is wrong with you, man? It's madness. Kapıya birisi delivery. Kapıya vurdu da korkuttu. Ha. 3'te yerim. Şimdi yapmaya başlarsa 2.5 gibi. They're in work mode. Source, I'm an Amazon driver. Fucking terrifies me, dude. Still terrifies me. All right. Speaking of incels, from Peter Thiel to South Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, South Korea. MPs have voted to impeach President Yoon. We're going to talk about South Korea real quick before we get to the drones, okay? It is straight up fucking, this is a moment of joy and moment of celebration for the country that invented Neo-Confucianism.
Through a bitterly cold Seoul winter day, the crowd swelled in front of South Korea's National Assembly. An estimated 200,000 people, warmed by multiple layers and favourite K-pop anthems, hoping their sheer weight of numbers would push their parliamentarians to act and impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol. Further north, in Seoul's historic main square, a mirror image, if much smaller, protest in support of President Yoon. Passions at high volume here too, the soundtrack though stemming from South Korea's earlier decades.
저는 북한 공산 세력의 위협으로부터
It was fears of a retreat to those times that President Yoon set off 11 days ago with his short-lived declaration of martial law. He'd blamed an obstructive parliament, an opposition infiltrated by North Korean influence, claiming he was defending liberal democracy. National Assembly members left defending the chamber from special forces long enough to vote down the order. Today, the Assembly a place of sober political ritual. After a first attempt aborted last week when the president's ruling party boycotted the vote, today ballots were cast. The minimum required for impeachment, 200, or 2/3 of the Assembly's members.
In favour, 204 votes. Against, 85 votes. 3 abstentions.
It meant at least 12 of the president's party had voted for impeachment. Under its terms, Yoon's presidential powers are now suspended, but he's insisting he'll fight on, that his was an act of...
It's really interesting because South Korea's history with like military dictatorship and authoritarianism that is not so far away, that is in the not so distant past, that like a lot of people understandably have anger and resentment towards that sort of thing. And that's precisely the reason why I think liberalism won on this day. Like this is what American liberals think, what their hashtag resistance liberalism looks like. And this is actually hashtag liberalism in action. Like they did literally vote for a guy who failed to facilitate a military coup. I think it's interesting, but obviously there's some serious historical reasons as to why it happened in the way that it did. You've had historically unpopular leaders engage in military coups. I think he failed to secure the loyalty of the military, or at least decent swaths of the military. He failed to secure the loyalty from his own personal party. He failed to do a PSYOP or a false flag operation in an effort to, at the very least, like create a serious threat where martial law declarations were seen as a necessity. He has a 15% approval rating, but I think that hasn't stopped other unpopular leaders in the past. Their liberal W's did require sitting members of Congress to stare down riot police / National Guard types in the protests, something our Dems wouldn't do. I think there's that aspect of it as well. But like I said, I think it's more so about its not so distant history, its not so distant past, where a lot of South Koreans really grew to resent military authoritarian leadership. Considering that there are plenty of people over a certain age that experienced that. They saw it. They know what it was like. So for them, this is a battle of survival. So I think that does play a big role, in my opinion, in the broad reception of this sort of martial law declaration, paired up with the fact that there wasn't really any sort of just cause for it. You can't just straight up be like, nah, there's North Korean sympathizers in the building, and that's why I had to do martial law out of nowhere. Especially without, there's no cause. Just or unjust, doesn't matter. You don't have your cabinet and you don't have the military, you're going to get cooked. So There it is.
Governance, not insurrection.
저는 지금
I may pause for a moment now, but the journey towards the future, which I have walked with the people over the past 2.5 years, must never come to a halt. I will never give up.
While he waits for a final verdict within 6 months from the Constitutional Court, the Prime Minister assumes interim presidential powers.
He didn't have the military in its entirety. He had the special forces. But even they, I feel like even they didn't have their heart in it, you know?
This was the moment the crowds outside heard the result live. Joy, relief, and in the background, what's become the protesters' unofficial K-pop anthem, Girls' Generation's Into the New World.
I also think personally that there are far more powerful organizational tools that like the Korean labor unions have at their disposal. Like, look at how well organized this shit is. And they did this in an incredibly short period of time. So, like, there are so many factors. There are so many factors at play here. And I think that is all of those factors combined is the reason why this was immediately thwarted. Now, maybe I might be coming across as like a cynic or a little bitter. And I guess there's some truth to that. I am a little bitter because I look at this moment of celebration and I cherish it. I think it's amazing. It's impressive. But of course, I also have a tremendous amount of envy because when I saw this image, at least the top-down image of potentially 1 million people that were outside of the Capitol building waiting for the results of this impeachment to come in, I couldn't help myself but feel a little bit of envy when I saw the joy. I yearned to feel this joy one day in America, I said. And the reality is, I don't think we ever will, for a lot of the reasons that I mentioned. I think that's another materialist perspective. Koreans do not get paid for their labor, so this ability to put on a general strike within hours, they have seemingly less to lose and more reason to create solidarity and organize. Yeah, their labor unions are interesting. They have a lot of organizational power, but they're ultimately powerless in the face of like chaeballs in general. Even though they do end up doing like work stoppages and stuff, but the unions had a general strike ready to go in like less than 12 hours. A lot of people misunderstand Koreans as good at protesting. There's an extensive history of oppression of protest, which plays a huge role in their willingness to show out. Yeah, exactly. I think they also understand that they have protection in numbers, and they demonstrated that instantly in the night of the martial law declaration, and they continue to demonstrate that by showing up every single fucking day. I feel like we should do a deeper dive into many of the uprisings that took place that the American-backed authoritarian government actually very violently squashed, both in the lead up to the Korean War, but also in the aftermath of the Korean War as well. Because we played a pretty formative role in the development of South Korea. And not only that, but also, we played a pretty formative role in the maintenance of the authoritarian military rule in South Korea because it benefited us. Another bulwark against potential growth of communism in the region. You know, another military base to be placed. And in that process, if you were to be violent with anyone and everyone that you personally thought was a threat to the established order, you could simply call a communist sympathizer and killed them. And many were killed. I think this plays a pretty big role in the current material conditions of South Korean existence. It's important to understand it better.
World.
We needed 200 votes, and I was astonished when the motion passed by only 4. I felt South Korea's democracy was still alive. Lawmakers should never ignore our voices in the future. It was an honor to be here with all these people.
I expected this result today, but now that it's happening, I feel so happy and moved that I burst into tears. Our people are great, and we did it. We will keep on this in the future as well.
But how new is this world? The opposition leader Lee Jae-myung, a potential next president, was himself convicted of breaking election law last month and has 3 other trials outstanding. It may be enough for the crowds here that they prevented a journey back to an old world of military dictatorships past.
South Korea's parliament voting to impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol this morning. The news was met with cheers by opponents of Yoon's.
I'm jealous, dude. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I see this level of organizing. I see this level of action, and I see the reaction from the government, and I can't help but feel a little jealous, man. I can't help. Now, of course, having said that, will this actually improve the day-to-day existence of South Koreans? Of course not. But it doesn't matter. Like, this is a brief moment where they actually took to the streets and it worked. You know what I mean? This is what it feels like when I see people in other countries get free healthcare, and I'm like, why can't it be us? It's crazy. Maybe if you taught us, maybe if you spent 2 weeks out of the year not reacting to the zeitgeist and just directing the rest of us, many of us don't have time to figure this shit out on our own. What are you talking about? Everything that I do is literally hand-holding you through this fucking process. The fuck? Yeah, it's my fault that America is the heart of Red Scare propaganda. It is the heart of empire, and it very successfully destroyed any kind of labor militancy that it used to have. And one fucking Twitch streamer on an Amazon subsidiary corporation is going to lead the revolution.
People Power Party. The move to oust Yoon comes less than 2 weeks after he briefly declared martial law. That decision was unanimously overturned by.
It's not your fault, but you aren't part of the solution. Do you guys think you come across as like intellectual when you say dumb shit like this? That chatter is asking for direct action the same way so many chatters were asking you to tell them what to write in to represent an anti-genocide vote in November, and all we got were jokes about voting Biden. Yeah, you're right. I should have advocated for Jill Stein as a principled anti-genocide voter, even though I don't agree with her. I think a lot of you want hand-holding beyond the amount of hand-holding that I give you in terms of like where to go for organizing. You know? Very frustrating. People saw that one tweet and decided they wanted to bring that energy into the chat. I know. I was saying dumbass shit adjacent to these chatters as recently as last June. Please understand that this is just lashing out at allies as a part of the pipeline. You are doing a great thing. This anger is arguably a good sign. Yeah, not really. I think everyone has a little wrecker tendency in their brains, and they just kind of sometimes feed into it. Yeah, my goal is to get you to understand the way that the system is designed and then point you in the right direction, which is what I do all the time. If your arguments are, hey, why don't you just fucking stop the streaming shit because you're not a part of the solution, and rise up in arms and lead the militant vanguard that does not exist into a revolution, then you're kind of hallucinating an alternative reality. I look at the current material conditions, I look at the current culture and the attitude that people have. Okay? We have no labor unions as the backbone. And the labor unions that we have do not exhibit any sort of labor militancy in general. So if you currently think that, this is why I'm anti-accelerationism as well. If you currently think that like some kind of accelerationism is going to magically bring about a socialist revolution and instill class consciousness in the minds of many Americans, you simply have not gone outside and talked to your fellow neighbors. Okay? That's it. You need to be able to have labor unions and labor unions to have the courage to be able to actually fight, to be able to get to that point to begin with. This is part of the reason why I do not have issues with social democracy at this stage in American consciousness. I don't think that American social democrats are outside of the sphere of anti-capitalist sentiment in this country because of how hyper-capitalist and hyper-individualist and American chauvinist Americans are. Okay? That's it. Some of you literally chirp in the chat and sound like Disco Elysium NPCs from time to time.
Parliament. Chris Livesay is following the developments in our London newsroom. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it's the culmination of weeks of turmoil in South Korea, this critical American ally on China's doorstep. This morning, tensions are boiling. The moment the impeachment bill was passed, a mix of loud gasps and cheers when the...
It's like when people obsess over AOC rather than the 150 pro-Israel congresspeople in the Democratic caucus, you're focusing on one person that feels like you that has power rather than face the daunting reality that we have a lot of work to do. Thank you. Michael from Pennsylvania once again. Michael from Pennsylvania once again with another banger. Exactly. You have to understand that you have to rate people on a curve. You have to grade people on a curve. It comes with the recognition of what the broader space looks like, what the societal attitudes look like. It's always funny whenever motherfuckers come in here and they're like, why aren't you reading Lenin right now?
Speaker announced enough votes were cast against the president, some from his own party. Outside at opposing rallies, some were dismayed while others rejoiced over his impeachment. A crisis was sparked back on December 3rd when the president declared martial law. He said to withstand disorder and what he alleged were pro-North Korean elements inside the opposition. But the backlash was so intense, the decision was reversed just hours later. This morning, President Yoon is not backing down, vowing, "I will never give up." He's still in office for now, but the country's constitutional court must now deliberate on whether to uphold the impeachment. And if it stands, a new election will follow. Dana.
It's been interesting to watch from afar, Chris. Thank you.
Now to Syria, America.
Let's do which video could we watch that features more of the historical context, blowback style? Of South Korean politics that isn't like unimaginably reactionary. I know Blowback's entire season is fantastic, but I want just finished Blowback season 3 today. It was so good. Chat, it's all Korean War and its aftermath. Just listen to the last bonus episode. Starts with Young Suk Yeol being a pro-US anti-reunification hardliner in the summer of 2022. What is this, Mr. Beast?
This video is sponsored by Brilliant.
North Korea and South Korea compared. I don't know if this is good or not. I am always worried about YouTube historians. Dude, if you ask one more time to fucking do a David Harvey capital. Okay. All right. I'm going to start banning people. Mods, you can ban people too that ask questions like, can you do a theory stream? No, the answer is no. This is just about the Gwangju uprising. From a channel called Korea Now. Yonhap News Agency? Former South Korean president? No, I don't want that. Okay, let's do the Mr. B video.
North Korea is also called the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That's a good one. Anyway, two East Asian countries on the Korean peninsula that are opposite in so many ways. And yet, not that long ago, relatively speaking, they were just one country, Korea. Yeah, this one's gonna be lopsided, folks. I'll start by showing you this, which many of you have probably seen before. One picture sums up so much, doesn't it? Most already know South Koreans enjoy a much higher standard of living and much more freedoms, but in this video, let's dig a bit deeper. That said, since North Korea is such a secretive country, there's a lot we don't know about. But it's difficult for North Korea to hide the fact that South Korea is doing so much better than it, based on a variety of factors. First,
I hope that as a history teacher, that's what people are saying, that he understands why there are vast differences in the development of South Korea versus North Korea. And maybe even the... Okay, chat. This isn't your opportunity to send me whatever, like, you Googled and the first thing you found out from Google on YouTube. I appreciate the many chatters that are trying to help, but like, you're just sending me some crazy shit. There's a chatter in here sending me like a fucking DPRK news agency video, and it's like, calm down.
First, what do they have in common? Well, both are made up of mostly Koreans. You silly goose. And residents of both speak Korean. That said, residents of both have developed different Korean dialects over the past several decades, since residents of both barely interact. In addition, since it's taught widely in school, around 45% of South Koreans also speak English. The largest city in both is also the capital, although Seoul is much larger than Pyongyang. South Korea even has a second capital, Sejong, where many of the government's most important agencies are located. There is a culture in both that values communitarianism, or the greater good over individual liberty. Both have...
If he doesn't talk about Neo-Confucianism, I'm out.
Have similar climates and have 4 seasons, although it does get much colder in the winter in North Korea and a bit warmer in the summer in South Korea. Much of North Korea has either a temperate continental climate or warm continental climate. Much of South Korea also has a warm continental climate, but along its east coast it has an oceanic climate and a humid subtropical climate in the south. Both are affected by annual monsoons. Both Both are affected by occasional droughts and flooding, but overall South Korea gets more annual precipitation. Both border the East Sea, or Sea of Japan, to the east, and the Yellow Sea to the west. Both are separated by the 2.5 kilometer wide, 250 kilometer long DMZ, or Korean Demilitarized Zone, which is probably the most dangerous border in the world. Tens of thousands of troops and dozens of forts line the DMZ, and it has around 2 million mines near it. Oh, and a bunch of wild tigers, since it's basically wilderness now since so few humans dare try to cross it. Believe it or not, a handful of North Koreans have tried in recent years. One North Korean man tried and got shot at by his own troops 40 times. That all said, there is a meeting point at the DMZ where South Korean and North Korean officials can meet and negotiate stuff. It's called the Joint Security Area, and it's actually a place where tourists can visit too. It's the only place where North Korean and South Korean soldiers can stand side by side. So anyway, why the heck is the DMZ such a heavily guarded border? Well, I suppose we ought to get into some history here. Okay, a very brief history. Humans have lived on the Korean Peninsula for at least 10,000 years. Around 4,500 years ago, these humans developed kingdoms in the area. There was the Proto Three Kingdoms period.
He went back too far. He went back too far. I thought he would go to Neo-Confucianism. He went back way,
the Cold War in
way further than I thought, bro. Goddamn.
Three Kingdoms period, Northern and Southern States period, and later Three Kingdoms period. It wasn't until 918 that the entire peninsula was united by a dude named Wang Gian, who founded the kingdom of Goryeo. The Mongols invaded in the 1200s and sort of held a grip over Goryeo until the mid-1300s. In 1392, General Yi Sung-gai established the Joseon dynasty after overthrowing the Goryeo dynasty 4 years prior. Shout out to King Sejong the Great, who put into place lots of reforms and even created the Korean alphabet during the 1400s. In 1592, the Japanese began invading the Korean peninsula, but after a few years, the Joseon dynasty was able to hold them off with the help of the Ming dynasty of China. Throughout the 1600s and 1700s, the peninsula under Joseon rule became more isolationist and a bit stagnant, developing technology. By the mid-1800s, European imperialist powers were trying to interfere, but the Joseon dynasty couldn't do much to stop them and was forced to sign treaties in which they were screwed over. A series of crazy events in the late 1800s led to the creation of the Korean Empire. During its existence, the peninsula quickly modernized and there were big reforms. In 1905, after it won the Russo-Japanese War, Japan was like, Korea, what's up now? So Korea signed a treaty with Japan in which it became controlled and protected by Japan in return for peace. Well, Japan went ahead and annexed the Korean Empire 5 years later. However, even as the annexation was taking place, a growing Korean independence movement was brewing on the peninsula. After Japan quickly crushed the March 1st movement, many Korean leaders fled to China. For the next 35 years, most of the resistance movements were organized by exiled leaders in Manchuria, China, and Siberia, influenced by many peaceful demonstrations within Japanese-controlled Korea. Jump ahead to World War II, and the Allied powers defeat the Empire of Japan, resulting in a free Korea. Okay, well, maybe not so free, since the Allied powers now occupied it with their militaries. The Allies divided the peninsula at the 38th parallel into a northern area protected by the Soviet Union and a southern area protected mostly by the United States. However, as you could imagine, the Soviet Union and the United States had different visions for what a future Korea should be. After not being able to agree on a government, the 38th parallel became the boundary for the two countries this video is about. In 1950, Kim Il-sung, the new leader of North Korea, launched an invasion of South Korea to try to reunify Korea, but under communist rule. This led to a 3-year war that...
Okay, no, never mind. We're not just doing that, I think. Okay, I'm gonna watch the Hawking video instead.
Does North Korea hate the US? An irrational hatred for American freedoms? A crazy leader? Jealousy? Sadly, no. The answer lies in what they perceive to be decades of unprovoked US aggression that has left deep and lasting scars on the Korean Peninsula. The arbitrary division of Korea in 1945 and the devastating US bombing campaigns that followed during the Korean War are not distant memories. The mass death at American hands shaped a collective memory and a strong spirit of resistance against foreign domination, especially the US. For North Korea, the hostility against the US and its allies is easily seen as a reasonable defensive posture, a refusal to submit to the US-dominated hegemonic world order that denies independence to nations unwilling to bend to foreign policy interests of the US. Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Conflict of Nations. History has shown us how strategy, alliances, and bold decisions...
So switch to the video that agrees with you. No, this understanding of the Korean War is super basic, and it doesn't serve the purpose of what I am trying to offer to the chatters, which is that it's Kim Il-sung's a bad guy. He invades South Korea, and then Americans valiantly defend the interests of South Korea. When it's good. It's not like, it's not necessarily bad. It just doesn't serve the purpose of what I want to examine, which is what the South Korean leadership looked like, the actions that they took against their own population, claiming that they were fucking communist sympathizers. It's oversimplified. That's it. Skip directly to World War II, then skip directly to the invasion from the north, skipping over the entire background of the conflict. Yeah. I mean, it also has, I don't even think that this is like hyper biased or anything. I'm not even going to say that. It just more so skips cultural context because it has very limited time. And if you go all the way back to the development of Korea, but then you skip over even like Japanese colonialization and the resistance movement against such things, like there's a lot that goes into like understanding the like the historical context that goes into understanding contemporary South Korean society. Like, if you look at this and you think, oh, well, it's the big bad North backed by the USSR that like simply invaded South Korea without and assume that like every single person was like violently against allegiances to even socialism, you fail to understand why the South Korean leadership executed so many people, specifically because they did not want to have any sort of any sort of unification. They did not want any sort of resistance against their dictatorship, and how beneficial this was for America's interests in creating a bulwark against growing communism in the region. There's always this like monolithizing of both our foreign adversaries and also monolithizing of our foreign allies as well. The understanding that like trade unionist movements, feminist movements, like movements that were socially progressive were regarded as pro-USSR and violently squashed in South Korea. And I think that plays a big role in how you arrive at the current Korean political system that is basically also another version of the duopoly that we see in the United States of America, with a relatively right-wing liberal party and also a somewhat more right-wing, further right-wing liberal party. This is the reason why when you see labor militancy, you don't actually have even if there is labor militancy, you don't actually personally have some kind of result or any sort of like political group that you can lean on to demonstrate your interests. And I think that it's important to understand how the ownership of the South Korean economy virtually exchanged hands and went from authoritarian rule to a neoliberal rule that dictated that 6 families virtually own the entirety of the Korean economy. These very wealthy families. So all of that, I think, plays a role in any sort of protest movement, in the examination of any sort of protest movement and where it goes, and how it plays a very formative role in the way that South Koreans, especially young South Koreans, view the existence of South Korea as a living hell. Because all of that plays a role in having a lot of these societal harms left unaddressed. Mr. Beat has openly stated how he's against American imperialist actions against popular communist movements. I want chat to know that. Yeah, I don't know what his political background is at all. I'm not making assertions about his political ideology. I'm simply stating that it is this was relatively reductive because he has 22 minutes to explain these complex this complex subject matter. And I think it would be more interesting to just look at it from a hyper-specific perspective. Just like look at why the DPRK resents America from the lens of like the Korean War, for example. That's what it was. That's the reason why I was going to click away from it. Not because I have any issues with Mr. Beat whatsoever.
That ultimately resulted in the deaths of around 5 million people, including a larger proportional civilian death toll than World War II. The war was indeed devastating and displaced millions of Koreans. The Soviet Union and China aided North Korea, and the United States and several other United Nations countries aided South Korea. It ended basically in a stalemate with an armistice and that DMZ I was talking about earlier. Technically speaking, the Korean War never ended, and I can tell you, even though the armistice was signed 68 years ago, the war is still fresh in the minds of both North Koreans and South Koreans. For the first few decades after the war ended, both countries had authoritarian regimes. However, in South Korea, the people ultimately didn't put up with it. Until the 1980s, South Korea had much political turmoil and instability. However, since 1987,
I know it's the wrong video. I went back to it. I want to show you this.
June democracy movement, South Korea has had a competitive electoral system and a fairly stable government. North Korea has had a stable government since the war, but has successfully kept the authoritarianism. Meanwhile, economically, both countries did fairly well in the decades following the war. South Korea liberalized its economy, becoming more market-based, and for 40 years saw huge economic growth. In fact, some even called it the miracle on the Han River. Both were admitted into the United Nations in 1991, but it was around that time that things went to crap for North Korea. After the Soviet Union collapsed, they lost a bunch of aid, and their economy sharply declined.
And a massive fucking embargo that continuously starved the North Korean population. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, I mean, there's so many aspects of this that are not mentioned. Like, North Korea was an industrial powerhouse for Korea overall, and that North Korea was virtually destroyed. I believe, what is it, like 70% of all standing civilian infrastructure was destroyed. The American bombing campaigns, and even the American bombing campaigns, and even the potential chemical weapons, chemical warfare, biological warfare that they engaged in, with all of the information that they had gotten from Japanese war criminals that they did not prosecute, so that they could get this information, specifically the research that was taken from the Japanese imperial actions in Manchuria and many other places. Unit 731 was utilized in North Korea in the hands of the American military and also all of the other allied nations. And in spite of that, North Korean development early on was pretty good early on. But a lot of Americans and a lot of people just generally don't know that, partially because of how diminished voices that are in the crosshairs of American empire are, but also partially because, I mean, they were in the orbit of the USSR, and mainstream media at the time was infinitely more centralized, and most people don't know that. Most significantly, however, everything that you know about North Korea is the post-famine North Korea. Okay? In the aftermath of the USSR collapsing, America was the victor of the Cold War. Capitalism won. Socialism lost. Okay? For many different reasons. I'm not going to get into it now. But most people only know North Korea as like the post-90s North Korea, when the massive embargoes placed upon North Korea only made things infinitely worse in terms of the widespread famine that they were experiencing. So much starvation, mass deaths. It wasn't, the Korean War wasn't the only blow against the Korean population. It wasn't the only genocidal action that American empire took against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Having said all of that, I am not a based DPRK Jusha supporter, or say that what do you call it, or say things like people are eating burger every day in North Korea or anything like that. Okay, I am not confused about having the family lineage get passed down. Like, I know what that is. That's not democracy. Okay, that is not the Democratic People's Republic. You can't. The people are not. The people are not going, oh my God, this benevolent dictator and his next of kin are so fucking good. That's why we keep voting for them over and over again. That's not how this works. Okay. Yeah, it is not a democracy. Anyway, let's continue.
Just as South Korea's economy dramatically improved. In the 1990s, North Korea experienced floods and droughts. This, combined with no longer importing food from the Soviet Union, ultimately led to what became known as the North Korean famine. Some estimate up to 600,000 North Koreans died. North Korea has since somewhat recovered, but yeah, I'm hoping you realize already why these two countries are so...
No, their recovery has been pretty solid over all things considered. If you're rating it on a curve, just like Cuba, you have to look at like what their starting position is and what they have arrived at this point. Having said that, there's still a tremendous amount of political repression as well. For the record, I'm not discounting that at all. Like, I would never do that. And then the same that goes for even like, Chinese civil liberties. When we talk about China, many people say, Hasan, you're refusing to recognize, like, many of the countries that find themselves outside of the sphere of American influence engage in certain levels of social and political repression. Part of that is defensive posture that even the likes of America has exhibited time and time again in times of war. America has also done that when it's not directly in hot war, but during the Cold War. Part of that is the reason why so many people have the wrong opinion or are completely oblivious to the nature of Marxism, Marxist-Leninism, socialism, or any kind of anti-capitalist sentiment. It's the Red Scare. It's McCarthyist trials. It's blackballing and sometimes even imprisoning socialists and communists alike. Okay, that is social and political repression utilized by the American state. Social and political repression utilized by the American state during World War II was infinitely worse. As a matter of fact, if you recall, we, put up internment camps for every member that was a Japanese American. Okay, it doesn't get more social and political repression than that. Okay. And that was in a dark period of American history, seen as necessary repression during times of war. It was fucking shameful. It was unimaginably racist. I don't think we've ever actually reckoned with that at all. But just so you understand, governments, all governments, this is not like pro or anti-America, it's not pro or anti-China or pro or anti-Cuba. All governments in times of need see political repression as a tool, as a necessary defense. In the instance of a country like Cuba that has withstood endless cruelty in the hands of American empire for the crime of rising up and revolting against America's aligned dictatorship, okay, a dictatorship that we offered weapons to so they could continue slaughtering Koreans, because it was beneficial for us to have Cuba as a tourist destination for the mob, and also a place where there are sugar plantations. We never stopped punishing Cuba for liberating itself from the treacherous, fascist, brutal dictatorship of Batista, because he was our ally. And in that process, of course, Cuban development and Cuban governance has been fairly restrictive on any sort of sentiment that is against its government. You might not agree with it. I certainly don't agree with it either, but it's important to understand where that social and political repression comes from. Okay? It is impossible for an American to ever comprehend an infinitely larger country with awesome power, with the largest military on the planet, dominating its existence from the moment of revolution. It would be akin to the English Empire, British Empire, basically fucking dominating America, being on the ass cheeks of America and dominating America endlessly for the crime of having the American Revolution. Okay? And never giving that up. So there is a reason for Cuban social and political repression. I would go so far as to say that the Chinese social and political repression is less necessary, even though they still maintain it. Anyway.
Addendum. This video isn't a commentary on whether North Korea is a good or bad country, quote unquote, whatever those labels mean. It's an exploration of why their perspective is the way it is, and any intellectually honest person would be interested in hearing the other side to see if it has merit. Let's continue. North Korea, officially called the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, occupies the northern half of the Korean peninsula. It's bordered by China, the Korean Bay, the Sea of Japan, and of course, South Korea. At 120,000 square kilometers in total area, the DPRK houses around 26 million people, with a significant portion residing in urban centers like the capital, Pyongyang.
I'll ping this 22-minute Cold War, this one? Oh, the Cold War video? Okay, a lot of people have suggested this Cold War video saying, South Korea, brutal dictatorship of the post-war period. But I think it's good to understand first how the partitioning happened and what the impact on North Korea was, and then we'll move on to South Korean political development as well.
The DPRK was officially founded in 1948 under the leadership of Kim Il-sung, establishing a central ideology called Juche, or self-reliance, which has served as a guiding philosophy of sorts for the nation. North Korea's anti-imperial stance is deeply rooted in its early 20th century history, when it was just known as Korea. Long before the US was the imperialist enemy of North Korea, Japan brutally occupied the entire peninsula from 1910 to 1945, a period marked by severe repression, forced assimilation, and sex slavery, an issue of contention with Japan to this day. Policies of forced labor, limited political freedoms for Koreans, and
Japan refused to acknowledge the comfort women. It's a big point of contention in Japanese politics.
Mandatory participation in Shinto rituals were calculated to erase the native spiritual practices and...
This is what I was going to say, that was left out of the original video of like the practice of erasing Korean identity and Korean culture, which plays a pretty formative role.
Culture of Korea. Yet Koreans resisted, reclaiming traditional practices, and ultimately refused to bow down to Japanese imperial demands. After World War II, Korea was arbitrarily divided by the US after realizing that a free and open democratic election would result in an overwhelming Communist Party victory, much like in Germany following World War II. That definitely didn't suit the US, so they instead created a puppet state in what became South Korea, now the Republic of Korea. And while doing this under the guise of defending democracy and freedom, they would install a brutal dictator named Syngman Rhee, an anti-communist exile who barely spent any time in Korea. This is juxtaposed by Kim Il-sung, the man who would go on to lead the DPRK, who had spent his life in the anti-Japanese struggle and for Korean independence.
The problem is with the likes of Kim Il-sung, and this is a thing that you see in many other countries in much more personal ways, but you know, sometimes you have fail sons, and then those fail sons have other fail sons, and you inevitably end up, especially if you have like direct next of kin lineage in terms of like who gets to govern, you end up kind of fucking up the bag a little bit.
Independence. The conflict widened in scope when the Soviet Union and China intervened on the side of their ally, with the US doing the same for South Korea. This division set the stage for the Korean War, the first proxy war of the Cold War. Syngman Rhee, a dependable pro-Western puppet, was ruling half the Korean peninsula. Despite his total lack of local support, the first thing he did was suppress the incredibly popular left, much like Suharto would go on to do in Indonesia, always with American support, of course. Check out the Jakarta method.
Jakarta method is...
Rhee did so enthusiastically and systematically. Under Rhee and the US's occupation of South Korea, only those deemed...
Listen, we just gave them the coordinates and who we suspected of being communists. We didn't tell them that they should use the guns that sometimes they got from us on their unsuspecting civilian population. How could we have known that they would slaughter millions of people? How could we have known that? We simply gave them lists of names of suspected communists. Who could have thought that they would end up slaughtering every single person, of suspected communist allegiances? And this doesn't mean that they were slaughtering card-carrying communists that were trying to engage in militancy, okay? They were slaughtering motherfuckers who were like, yeah, I think women and men should be equal. They were slaughtering people. Many of them were involved in student protests and student organizing. They were slaughtering people who wanted to engage in any sort of like pro-democracy initiative, for example. So a lot of this stuff doesn't stop with, and I obviously personally would consider it ridiculous and inhumane to just go and be like, oh yeah, you're suspected as a communist or you're a card-carrying communist, so you deserved execution. Okay, I don't think that that is appropriate either. But it didn't even go, it went far beyond that. They would just kill intellectuals. They would kill people for the crime of saying like, yeah, I don't know if we should do this. It never stops with just the communists. So even if you are some doughy-eyed social democrat who's like, well, I don't know, maybe some of these communists deserve it. Just remember that like they killed the social democrats as well. This is how it usually works. They do not want any sort of fucking opposition whatsoever. Yeah, teachers in unions with no official political ideology were sexually harassed by guards and brutalized. Some were minors.
Reliable or loyal, by American standards, had any place in Korean politics. By 1946, the US military dictatorship in South Korea had filled all of its government positions with right-wing elites to the exclusion of popular worker and peasant movements. And by exclusion, I mean by imprisoning their leaders, pushing them underground, or just outright killing them. This violent suppression led to the isolation of all opposition, and left a single party to rule the South. But any democracy was just for show, since liberals love political theater, and the US wanted to play dress-up with political legitimacy. Despite this, many South Koreans continued to support socialist ideals and continued to be imprisoned for it. Meanwhile, in the North, reforms that were begun prior to American intervention were happening fast. Within months, North Korea abolished landlords, redistributed land, and nationalized industries, exactly the kind of necessary overhaul that had long been called for by Koreans for a liberated Korea. It is and was a formula that actually works to end poverty for the widest base of society. Unlike the violent repression in the South, the North's transformation was quick and efficient, creating a government aligned with local aspirations rooted in Korean culture. And like clockwork, anytime the US sees a project not aligned with its interests take root and begin to bear fruit, it tries to cut it down and turn it into wood chips. Here enters the Korean War, where over the next few years, American forces dropped an estimated 635,000 tons of bombs across Korea, with the majority of that hitting the North, including 32,000 tons of napalm. More bombs hit Korea than Japan in World War II, which is quite a feat. The core history of the conflict is complicated, and who begun the war with what actions depends on which action you consider critical for sparking the conflict. Watch the following video for further detail, or check out the fantastic work Patriots, Traitors, and Empires, The Story of Korea's Struggle for Freedom by Goans for a deeper dive. Anyway, the goal was obvious: to destroy North Korea's industrial capacity and to break the will of its people. Cities like Pyongyang were leveled to the point that civilians had to take refuge in caves to survive the onslaught. In fact, the total amount of destruction rendered practically every city of the North completely flattened. I made a video that covered this in further detail here. By 1952, North Korea was left in ruins. Bombings destroyed crucial infrastructure, creating massive shortages in food, housing, and basic supplies. Entire communities survived in caves, shanties, or improvised shelters. The destruction of hydroelectric dams led to widespread flooding, crippling agriculture even further. Fertilizer factories were among the many targeted, contributing to an agricultural crisis that left North Korea on the brink of famine. The toll from this collection of circumstances was utterly devastating. Approximately 2 million North Koreans had died, most of them civilians who fell victim to US bombs and starvation, in just a few short years. These strategic bombings weren't just meant to win a war. They were intended to systematically dismantle North Korea's ability to survive independently. As a result of this extensive bombing and napalming, only a small percentage of North Korea's agricultural land remains arable today. The 1953 armistice only ended active military combat, but it left the peninsula in limbo. South Korea refused to sign the armistice, but had other agreements with the US that
They wanted to nuke Korea as well, for the record, in the process.
halted their active military operations.
This was also considered formative for the Dahia Doctrine as well. I think Hakim in his video, it might have been Hakim or someone else that we watched that talked about how, like, prior American military doctrine led the Israeli military in applying the Dahia Doctrine into the way that they wage war, where it's like, it doesn't matter if it's a small group of people, it doesn't matter if there's any sort of like militant uprising. The goal there is to punish the entire population by universalizing the pain. This is the way that America wages war. This is the way that Israel wages war as well, where the goal is to basically destroy all matter of civilian life in an effort to ensure that there is never any sort of like uprising ever again.
The US later signed a mutual defense treaty with its loyal puppet South Korea, committing to a permanent military presence along the fortified 38th parallel, which remains one of the most militarized borders in the world today. The ongoing US presence has only deepened the divide. For North Koreans, the memory of the US invasion and the destruction it caused is an integral part of their identity. The systematic devastation of neighborhoods, infrastructure, and food supplies has been ingrained in North Korean consciousness as a proof of American aggression. That's not forgetting the 10 to 20% of the population that was killed as a result. Understanding this context is crucial. It's why North Korea sees the US as a central obstacle to peace, independence, and unification on the Korean peninsula. And they happen to be correct about that point. The Korean War is only the beginning of the story. The United States went further and has waged a decades-long economic war that's made it increasingly difficult for the people living in North Korea to survive. One of the primary tools America uses to get their way is sanctions. These economic blockades are designed to cripple a nation, isolate it from the world, and bring about conditions of change favorable to American foreign policy, all while framing the oppression as a morally justified response to rogue behavior.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
And all of this happens without any reflection that, at a certain point, sanctions just become collective punishment, which should be against international law and is technically a war crime. This is especially true when it comes to US sanctions on North Korea. The US, in its arrogance, has behaved as if controlling North Korea's economy through sanctions was some kind of divine right. During Clinton's regime, the US unleashed severe economic sanctions on 35 countries, which at the time affected 42% of the world's population, having lethal consequences on a mass scale due to basic living standards plummeting under the guise of protecting global security, a favorite liberal trope. This tactic isn't new or unique. It's an ancient strategy that involves starving a subject population into submission and manipulating public sentiment against their government. In other words, it's extortion on a mass scale, or terrorism, or whatever other term that's valid. Yet North Korea's people have proven to be tremendously resilient, which renders sanctions ineffective and makes sanctions even crueler than they already are. Instead of fermenting dissent, sanctions have only fueled a fierce collective defiance reinforced against the US and its allies. Take it from me, an Iraqi. No one in Iraq has ever felt that the Iraqi government is responsible for the suffering imposed on it by the American sanctions regime.
This is a very normal tendency for people to harden their position against those who actually cripple them and destroy them.
The severe...
I always say sanctions can only work on your allies, and the mere threat of sanctions is enough for your ally to stop their bad behavior. Sanctions end up never really working on your enemies. At least if the goal is to, overthrowing a regime.
And deep and enduring anti-Americanism in Iraq is a direct result of American policies in the region and particularly in my country. It's no different in Syria, in Libya, in Afghanistan, or in the DPRK. One of the most destructive aspects of US sanctions for North Korea is the carefully calculated restriction of essential medical and humanitarian supplies. For example, under the 2017 sanctions, any metal products were broadly prohibited, which meant that medical shipments that included essential sterilization tools, like aluminum steam sterilizers used in reproductive health kits and surgical instruments, were effectively not allowed entry into the DPRK. By blocking something as basic as this, any and all public health efforts are made harder or even impossible, since hospitals have a harder time keeping conditions hygienic enough to perform safe procedures. Worse still, North Korean hospitals cannot obtain spare parts for essential devices like CT scanners, ventilators, and X-ray machines without applying for some special export license, and even these are often denied or face long delays. And of course, the US has sanctions on fuel, like refined petroleum and diesel fuel. Those fuels power hospital generators, heating facilities, and running medical equipment. Again, rural hospitals have been hit harder and are forced to reduce operations during the winter months, which leaves pregnant women, young children, and elderly patients at risk. Without vital medical equipment, such as respirators running, many completely avoidable deaths occur, which they wouldn't were it not for US sanctions. Despite
Someone said, why couldn't they get this from the USSR? Dog. What do they have, time machines? It fell at this point. America won. They used to. It's kind of a big part of this conversation. Is that they used to. It's just that it no longer exists at this point. And they got fucking massive famines and drought, flooding and then drought.
Despite these sanctions, however, the DPRK has against all odds formed a model healthcare system for low-income countries, in comparison to that of the wealthiest country on Earth, which guarantees basically nothing in terms of healthcare for its citizens, despite profiting handsomely from spreading misery around the globe. Moving on. For all the criticism leveled at the DPRK for censorship and not letting people contact the outside world, much of it is warranted, they conveniently leave out the fact that even telecommunications infrastructure is sanctioned by the US. Until recently, even something as simple as making a phone call across the border was hampered by sanctions because a direct connection wasn't allowed. In this case, a South Korean company operating in the Kaesong industrial complex had to reroute calls through China at an exorbitant rate of $3.60 per minute due to US restrictions. I don't think most Americans would pay $3.60 per minute for a phone call, let alone citizens of impoverished third world countries. You don't need to take my word for it. The United Nations says economic sanctions exacerbate poverty, disproportionately impact vulnerable populations, and generate unethical business practices that exploit scarcity. Unfortunately, North Korea is no exception. NGOs and humanitarian agencies that help in providing basic necessities to North Koreans state that they are restricted from operating efficiently, often due to long searches and other delays because of US sanctions. These sanctions go against the 1949 Geneva Conventions, which condemns punishments of civilians for the actions of its government. And yet that's exactly what the sanctions do, as we've seen. Food and medical supplies are held up, delayed, or outright blocked. In one absurd case, it took an NGO over a year to deliver just 16 boxes of beans to North Korea. This blatant disregard for humanitarian concerns proves the US is more interested in the systematic punishment of an entire people for the so-called crime of having the wrong government or for being born in the wrong country. Take your pick. A UNICEF report in 2018 estimated that 200,000 North Korean children suffered from acute malnutrition, with 60,000 at risk of starvation because of the delays in humanitarian aid. To remind you, agricultural tools and inputs are also sanctioned by the US, adding on top of the bulk of the arable land being ruined by American bombing runs in the 1950s. This is the definition of shooting someone in the leg and then blaming them when they can't walk. The fact that this suffering is largely ignored by...
There's also a limited amount of arable land in every country to begin with, okay? Like, that's the reason why you do trade. And if you're completely blocked out of all semblance of trade from the rest of the planet because of the largest imperial force on the fucking planet, then yeah, you're cooked. What are you supposed to do? Eat the fucking rocks? It's very fucked up.
By the international community, never called out for being the crime that it is, only strengthens the DPRK's case and perspective against the US, as they witness firsthand the human cost of these cruel and pointless sanctions. If anyone truly cared about human rights in the DPRK, they'd immediately call for the lifting of economic sanctions. Sanctions on North Korea don't just target the government, I think that's clear. They seep into every layer of society and erode the living standards of ordinary citizens. In fact, that is the stated goal of many of the sanctions. For example, the textile industry is one of North Korea's main sources of employment and has been hit very hard by sanctions. Exports are blocked, which means thousands of textile workers, many of whom are women, find themselves unemployed or with reduced income. As a result, many are forced into black market activities to afford everyday necessities like food and clothing. Fishing is another critical industry and food resource nearly severed by sanctions, wiping out a sector that once provided a stable income for many coastal communities for centuries. No access to export markets means a cap on just how much they can catch and viably benefit from. This destabilizes local economies along the coast, along with all downstream industries such as fish processors, transporters, and vendors who rely on fishing industry for their livelihood. Other fuels and metals like coal and iron ore, North Korea's primary exports, have also felt the wrath of sanctions. In 2018, China's imports of North Korean coal dropped by 88% due to international sanctions, which stripped North Korea of a major and badly needed source of income. By now, you should know the pattern. The US sanctions a commodity, the decline in business forces closures of production facilities, and all downstream production is similarly affected. It's the same story with coal mines and associated facilities, which resulted in more unemployment and further impoverished communities. These are not luxury industries or military projects. They are, or were, the backbone of North Korea's civilian economy. Without access to global markets, North Koreans are forced to use black markets, where prices for things even as basic as food can be prohibitively expensive. And to wrap up, let's stay on the employment issue. The labor market is severely restricted as a result of what was said previously, but also because of sanctions that take away access to joint employment opportunities. In essence, you can't invest in North Korea. An example of this trend is the shutdown of the Kaesong Industrial Complex. It was a large joint North-South facility that employed over 50,000 North Koreans and a symbol of friendship between the South and the North. The shutdown, because of sanctions, resulted in these 50,000 North Koreans being under or unemployed. These are nefarious policies aimed at maximizing misery for the interests of American capital. The United States has likewise kept a military stranglehold on the Korean Peninsula for decades, with roughly 28,000 troops stationed at a few large bases across South Korea meant to counter any potential aggression from the north. This isn't a temporary deployment, and it's extremely expensive, for South Korea, of course. The US isn't altruistic even to its allies. In a recent deal, South Korea agreed to pay over $1.1 billion, with further increases capped at 5% per year, to host the US military presence, a price pushed by the Biden administration to solidify a deal before any possible disruption from the second Trump administration. This new agreement lasts until 2030 to make absolutely sure that it survives past Trump into whatever administration follows him. For North Korea, these forces are there as a threat, obviously. It's the most technically sophisticated military on Earth and its local ally, stationed across the border against your sanctioned and small country. It can be nothing else. Anyway, each year, the US and South Korea carry out joint military so-called exercises, training in everything from missile defense to simulated invasion drills. One of the most extensive, Ulchi Freedom Shield, involved a combination of computer-simulated and live-fire exercises, with some 19,000 South Korean soldiers participating in drills against North Korean attack scenarios, essentially joint US-South Korean invasion exercises. This isn't really a war game, it's a display of power backed up by the increased presence of US long-range nuclear-armed bombers, submarines, and strike groups in the region. Who is the aggressor here, again? North Korea has responded predictably, positioning their nuclear program as an essential deterrent against American aggression. If Iraq had done the same, then we would still be an independent country, and without the excess of 1 million deaths caused by the illegal American invasion. Despite official US claims that regime change
HasanAbi doctrine, get the nukes,
isn't the objective, statements and strategies of several US regimes suggest otherwise. North Korea watched other states like Libya dismantle their defenses only to face regime change at the hands of the US. If the DPRK were to disarm, it would likely face a similar fate, being exposed to an aggressive enemy that has historically favored extreme and unrelenting force over diplomacy. So, we should really view North Korea's nuclear deterrent more as a survival strategy against an American military presence than the unhinged world-ending musings of a psychopath. Likewise, and more importantly, they offer to stop nuclear testing entirely for a pledge that
Loki, if Ukraine never gave up its nukes, I think it'd be a dramatically different situation right now.
That the US wouldn't attack. The US ignored the memo, of course. This is one of the many extended olive branches from the north that have gone ignored. Western media's portrayal of the DPRK as a rogue state is a framing used by imperialist powers to vilify nations that defy their hegemony, and also serve as a source of circular logic that itself assumes the US wouldn't lie about something like that for political gain, despite that literally being the point. In this narrative, North Korea is depicted as a dangerous, irrational actor, a threat to global and regional stability, and an obstacle to progress. Progress as defined and measured by what is most profitable to Western capital interests, interestingly enough. Let's not forget the trillions of dollars worth of rare earth metals under North Korean soil. We even made a video on that you can check out here. Few analysts or policymakers attempt to actually understand how the DPRK perceives American aggression, preferring to push a simplistic, cartoonish, and unserious one-sided image of the nation as a villain beyond redemption. This framing is used to block or at least slow down any genuine resolution, which makes sure the crisis continues to serve US imperial interests. However, if we strip away the nonsense, North Korea is being punished because it refuses to submit to globalized exploitation by Western powers, which makes it the ultimate enemy. The DPRK is described as reclusive, backward, and isolated, but no mention is made of the sanctions which hold that end as their explicit purpose. Yet the nation persists, defying expectations of collapse, relying on defense and small concessions extracted from an international community too cowardly to defy the US. Even when the US outwardly recognizes the need for negotiation, as in the Perry report, its approach and actions still treat North Korea as inherently irrational and dangerous. This ideological project is not limited to the DPRK. Cuba, another country falsely labeled as a rogue state, and I've covered in this series here, has been resisting similar imperialist domination. Cuba is also painted as an unrepentant regime led by an irrational and dangerous group.
I would say Cuba and Korea have been presented in the same vein, but I think Cuba's a little bit better. I don't know. Like, Cuba has historically been able to withstand and develop in far better ways. Partially because they didn't have fucking, I guess, the mass famine. Yeah, better climate plays a role. Better agricultural outputs play a big role. They didn't get bombed into oblivion. But I'm saying, but this is post 90s, chat, because North Korea was able to recover. North Korea was able to recover after the Korean War with the help of the USSR. That's why I'm saying, like, it's a little bit different from 90s onward.
Whose system must change to serve Western capital, of course. This rhetoric suggests these nations are so desperate to maintain power that they endanger their own populations and global stability, framing their survival as both an anomaly and a threat, as simultaneously weak and strong, like how fascists like to depict all their enemies. Instead of engaging with their histories, imperialist discourse reduces North Korea and Cuba to caricatures, presenting their leaders as the sole architects of their nation's problems and suffering. Be completely honest with yourself. Have you ever heard any talk about sanctions, or how they impact the average North Korean before this video, particularly in the Western press? I would bet on no. However, propaganda against the DPRK extends to more than just this. The US and its allies have also and continue to conduct direct campaigns, from propaganda leaflet bombs in the Korean War to balloons filled with anti-regime messages and US dollars sent from South Korea. Attempts at undermining the country are ceaseless. That's aside from all these silliest claims that you see shared all over, with no sources as always. For an overview of that, check out my earlier video here. For further details on defectors and why their stories so frequently fall apart, check out another video here.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that, like, there is an entire marketplace for defection, obviously, because people are fascinated by the hermit nation. But having said that, even all of the other people that have made a name for themselves in the defector orbit, some of which who literally are like, yo, this shit sucks, and then they sometimes want to go back because they don't have job opportunities in South Korea due to the same exact job market that, like, South Koreans have to withstand, but also because they additionally get profiled because they're North Korean and then sometimes leave and go back to North Korea. All of that fucking industry in unison, virtually every single person in the defector industry turned around and said, Yeonmi Park is out of her fucking mind. Like, virtually every single person was like, yo, Yeonmi Park, that lady is crazy. What the fuck are you guys talking about? What a time. What a fucking amazing time that was. One of my most vindicated long-standing criticisms.
Ever victorious worker.
Okay, well, I don't care about the rest of this, but now let's talk about the South Korean development as a parallel in the same time frame.
Popular perception is often portrayed as the good of Western democracy versus the evil of totalitarianism. And I get why. It's an easy binary for people to understand, even if they don't agree with the labels. But like anything in history, it's never that simple. What if we told you that evil wasn't always evil and good wasn't always good? Today, we are going to look at an example of when the good was far more problematic than many people realize. I'm your host, David, and today we are going to look at the situation in South Korea in the period after the Korean War. This is the Cold War.
How could you not believe that Yeonmi Park was brought into slavery by a mentally disabled man? No, you don't remember that story correctly. It wasn't just a mentally disabled man. It was the entire family. Everyone in the Chinese family was mentally disabled, according to Yeonmi Park's story. Like, literally, the whole family. Yeah. Not a single one that was not mentally disabled in the Chinese family that bought Yeonmi Park from North Korea. It might have even been a whole village, if I'm not remembering. I might be misremembering. Sometimes I am the foremost authority on Yeonmi Park lore. You know, who could forget some of the choice words that she had for Columbia University that she said was exactly like North Korea. Wokeness demonstrated by Columbia University students and teachers alike was akin to the totalitarian leadership of Kim Jong-un. Yeah.
I'm a busy guy with lots of great projects going on, so sometimes I need a little help to let me find some mental clarity so I can stay productive. I am so glad to be using the sponsor of this video, Endel, a uniquely useful application that creates personalized creative tutorials. August 16, 1940, first 100 people to download Endel using the link in the description.
Too late, you're not going to be one of the first. This is a 2-year-old video.
Get a free week of audio experiences. This will also support our channel. On August 16, 1945, a day after Emperor Hirohito proclaimed the unconditional surrender of Japan, thousands of Koreans spilled into the streets, joining together in joyous celebrations. People danced, partied, and marched up and down the boulevards, waving Korean flags. After 4 decades of Japanese occupation, the peninsula would finally be independent. Unbeknownst to them, however, the newly emerged superpowers had already divided their land into 2 occupation zones with the border marked along the 38th parallel. And how did that come about? Well, only a few days prior to the Japanese surrender, the Soviet Union had entered the Pacific War and had begun offensive operations into Manchuria and the northern parts of Korea. Facing the prospect of a complete Soviet occupation of the entire peninsula, the United States urgently came up with a plan to split Korea in 2, using the 38th parallel as the line simply because it would put Seoul into the American sphere.
Okay. Respect to this analysis so far.
Our good friend and supporter of this channel, General Douglas MacArthur, proclaimed this decision on August 15th in the General Order No. 1.
To be honest, the Soviets could have easily rejected this and pushed for total control of all of Korea, as American and Allied troops were not in any position to challenge the Soviets. But to everyone's surprise, they raised no objections. Well, they did demand possession of Japan's northern island of Hokkaido, but MacArthur of course refused. The Koreans, for their part, were quick to establish people's committees throughout the provinces, as well as the People's Republic of Korea, which served as the central governing institution connecting them. Don't be fooled by the name though. Despite being called peoples, and the association we have with them now as representing socialist or communist governments, these committees encompass the entire political spectrum, since the task at hand was the decolonization of the peninsula. The PRK leaders chose as president a right-wing nationalist, Syngman Rhee, who, with the blessings of the American government, arrived in Seoul in mid-October. In one of those weird moments of history, Rhee wasn't initially asked if he wanted to be elected, so when he became aware of it, he actually refused the position. Just a few days before, the USSR had revealed their own champion in Pyongyang, Kim Il-sung, presented before a cheering crowd. With spheres of influence now determined, and the major political players in place, the two superpowers began reshaping the political landscape of their respective sides of the line dividing the peninsula. The Soviets faced opposition from the right-leaning nationalist and Christian tendencies of the population, and while they did recognize the PRK and the committees, they did everything they could to make sure Kim Il-sung would gain the upper hand. For the Americans, however, the situation was a bit more complex. Seoul was the heart of the Korean political world, and disagreements between the Korean right wing and the United States Army military government in Korea, or USAMGIP, were not out of the ordinary. Discontent among the populace was also growing, fueled by rampant inflation, unemployment, poverty, and opposition to occupation policies. Many of the disenchanted turned to leftist-led labor movements, resulting in a general strike and the Daegu Uprising in the fall of 1946, which quickly spread across the southern provinces. The government crackdown that followed.
What will happen? Popular leftist uprising in American-controlled Korea? Surely the Americans go, wow, the people of Korea, the working class of Korea, seemingly are resentful against our guy. As a nation that is tasked with defending the principle of liberal democracy, we will certainly ensure that the people's wishes will be, the people's actions will be rewarded with swift justice in the direction of the demands being made by this popular uprising. Certainly, right? I wonder what will happen in South Korea next.
Followed resulted in the deaths of 92 policemen, 163 civil workers, 116 civilians, 240 rioters, and the arrest of around 2,600 people.
Wait, what? No!
In the South,
No! No, what? That's not what?
Americans were mostly concerned with rooting out communist influence, naturally, yet the Korean far right didn't limit itself in dealing with just the leftists. They were determined to exterminate any political opposition that appeared to be a threat, including the prominent politicians Yeo Un-hyung and Kim Gu, who were assassinated in July of 1947.
What the fuck? Whoa, yo, chill. What? I mean, certainly American intervention is about to kick in any moment now, right? Because they fucking hate. They hate this sort of thing. They hate this sort of thing. They hate it when a foreign country is behaving this way. I mean, this is this is at this point our protectorate, you know? This is a country that we have profound interest in against the bulwark of communism. Let's see.
And June 1949, respectively. The American occupation forces did their part in uprooting communist elements, declaring the People's Committees illegal, stopping...
What? Whoa, what? No. What do you mean? No, but what about... But liberal democracy? What do you mean? What? You mean to tell me that the American military occupation helped? Stop. Oh, you joke. You must joke.
Out every activity that was deemed.
Hasan, I'm as shocked as you are. It's okay. I am shocked. I'm confused. I fear that I thought that this would be the opposite. America always does colonial occupation with good intentions in mind. Guys, surely, bear with me here. Surely this is a one-off. And I'm sure that as soon as they realize that they're just murking fucking random student protesters, the American government will change its course and not severely escalate the penalties that the Korean people now have to withstand. No. I think this is just a one-off. It was an accident. They didn't understand that this wasn't like about rooting out communism, which, by the way, in and of itself is not an honorable goal. Let's see.
Deemed red and arresting or killing hundreds of communist activists. Now, while each side was purging their political adversaries, several gatherings between US and Soviet authorities took place with the intent of uniting Korea, though it quickly became evident these discussions were fruitless as neither side was willing to back down.
Yeah, I wonder why one side would be like, dude, you're fucking literally murking people living in the area that you're controlling. And for exhibiting sentiment. I mean, it just seems like a lot of people have died, but like certainly it's not going to. Certainly this is not going to lead to more deaths. I know my America. My America, not my America, I say. You know? They're just trying to reason with these guys. They're just trying to reason with the big bad. I'm sure that there won't be more deaths and destruction that is coming down the pipe.
Eventually, the Americans decided to shift responsibility to a newly created provisional council in the South, headed by Syngman Rhee and the United Nations, that would sponsor elections in 1948. While the prospect of free elections sounded good, the communists living in the South didn't take the news well, as a separate southern state, especially run by a rightist government, was against their goals. So it didn't take long until a large uprising occurred, this time on Jeju Island. The fighting between guerrillas and government forces would last for a year, but the insurgency didn't have the power to stop the elections from taking place in the rest of the country. Well, rest meaning only the southern part, as the Soviets denied access to UN officials. Nevertheless, the people showed great enthusiasm in voting for their leaders for the first time, though within a month, the elected assembly voted to implement a presidential system instead of a parliamentary one, a move that showcased Rhee's political power. This also set a precedent for indirect presidential election, a move that would be used in the future to maintain dictatorial regimes. Rhee was then...
Is that FaZe Lacey, dude? Yo, do you want to play in an OG Fortnite tournament on Monday? Everyone's playing? Nah, I can't do that. Mondays are my news days, unfortunately. And also, I'm anti-Fortnite in general. But thank you for the invite. Ya niye bağırıyorsunuz? Ama ayıp yani. They're like literally, my mom and dad are just like yelling at one another jokingly right next to my ear. Thank you, Lacey, for the invite. Yeah, I want to go back to this really quickly. Something to remember. Were there partisans, or not partisans, were there like right-wing people in North Korea? Of course there were. Okay, were they violently dealt with? Certainly. You have to think about what the political ambitions are for the people that are being suppressed violently oftentimes, why they're being suppressed violently oftentimes. In many circumstances in like USSR aligned countries, and they're not infallible either, there's certainly a lot of violence that gets dished around, different time and place overall. The targets of ire, or the targets of violent action, or any sort of serious political or criminal repercussions in USSR aligned countries was almost always those in positions of power, those who own capital, those who want to maintain allegiances to, so oftentimes right-wing fascists, specifically because they wanted to disrupt and maintain a capitalist mode of production. Now, in that process, I need you to understand, in that process, were there a lot of unjustifiable penalties that regular ass people incurred? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? The difference, however, is that like the uprisings that they're talking about are not even entirely communist. The uprisings they're talking about that the South Korean government squashed violently were literally just a collection of no right-wing uprisings in North Korea at the time, no massive popular discontent at the time, at least. Yes. And also on top of that, the uprisings are happening completely outside of the scope of like North Korea. It's not like they're, egging it on or something. These are just like people who think, well, my fucking family members live in the North, and I also have sympathies to not living under American occupation. These were students. These were fucking students who were slaughtered ruthlessly.
Tuesday marks the 70th anniversary of the Jeju Massacre of 1948.
This is a South Korean broadcaster that is, many years later talking about the Jeju Massacre. I need you to understand, this is the most conservative way to approach the subject matter.
Significant tragedy in modern Korean history. The incident refers to the killing of some 30,000 Jeju-do Island residents at the hands of the police and military. And since a government fact-finding report came out in 2003, activists have called for a deeper investigation to shed more light on what happened, but the search for truth has been slow in coming.
Cheongbang Waterfall is a famed tourist destination on Jeju-do Island, known for its scenic landscape. But 70 years ago, the sea below the waterfall was the site of a tragic bloodshed. At the time of the incident on April 3, 1948, the area was crowded with police stations and detention camps where mass slaughters were perpetrated. 247 people are so far known to have died in this area. However, based on testimonies that killings were conducted every day, the number of victims appears to be much higher.
By the way, as the chatter also correctly pointed out, if you're shocked by 30,000, Google Indonesia, Jakarta method. Because god damn, that fucking slaughter puts this to shame. That slaughter also led by American-backed freaks. Led to an insane amount of people being butchered. So the thing is, Sri Lanka as well. The thing is, if you don't have a real popular method of governance, as long as you're aligned with US interests and openly say I'm anti-communist to the fucking bone, they will literally let you do mini holocausts in your own country. And they will arm you for it. They will arm you so you can do it. Sometimes they'll use American soldiers to support and facilitate and engage in active militant defense. Sometimes they will give you intelligence information that they share with your intelligence community, specifically so that you have a never-ending sea of targets that you can slaughter. This is how it goes in the name of liberalization and liberation.
시체도 찾지 못한 분들도 많이 있는데 앞으로 우리
It says many haven't even found the remains of their loved ones, so I hope this can be addressed as well as other areas that must come to light.
좀 더 노력하고 또 그 확실하게 우리가 규명을 낼 수 있는 그런 것들이 더 노력해 주기를 바랍니다.
Identifying the whereabouts of those who are unaccounted for is also a pressing task. Some 5,000 people on the island are believed to have gone missing at the time, but how and why remains unknown. Government support is urgently necessary for a state-level investigation into the Jeju massacre, whose many facts remain in the dark even after 70 years.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the brutal South Korean dictatorship fucking absolutely slaughtering people who led a popular uprising against the brutal South Korean government. At the time, America fucking 100% was like, oh, they're killing communists. It's great. And it's wild because, once again, they weren't even fucking communists. It's completely unacceptable even if they were. But the very fact that they weren't communists also makes this even crazier.
UN officials. Nevertheless, the people showed great enthusiasm in voting for their leaders for the first time, though within a month, the elected assembly voted to implement a presidential system instead of a parliamentary one, a move that showcased Ri's political power. This also set a precedent for indirect presidential election, a move that would be used in the future to maintain dictatorial regimes. Ri was then, unsurprisingly, elected president by the assembly on the 20th of June, and the new Republic of Korea was inaugurated on August 15th, on the third anniversary of liberation.
I'll give you an example. If the Syrian Ba'athist Party was aligned with the United States of America, the horrific nature of the Assad regime would never be discussed. It would be not even a blip on American history. He would, one, still be ruling Syria. It wouldn't matter. Two, he could be as cruel as he fucking wanted to. You would never hear about the fucking prisons. Okay? Never in a million years. And this isn't to say that like Bashar al-Assad was an anti-imperialist of the bone or something like that. He wasn't. He was just a horrifically incompetent and very selfish regional power that was definitely playing enough ball with the other regional powers, but that also meant that he was, in an effort to maintain his regime, utilizing Hezbollah and also, which was, the Iranian-backed military groups, and also Russia in order to continue his dominance over the people. So, for me, the way I see it, if he was using America instead, maybe even Turkey alongside America, using NATO forces to suppress all these people, he would be cherished as a fucking hero. He would be given the opportunity to do such things and would be celebrated for it. I was thinking about this the other day. It's like he's a secular guy, right? This is the secular Ba'athist Party. Virtually every single aspect of any kind of popular uprising from the Sunni Syrian population would be stamped out as jihadists. Now, this doesn't mean that there aren't jihadists, okay? This doesn't mean that there aren't Salafists in the fucking popular resistance against Assad. They certainly have been overtaken by these groups, okay? Excuse me, HTS is former jihadi, former Al-Qaeda. Having said that, however, there was obviously a very good reason for why people felt resentful, angry, fearful of the Assad regime. But always remember, if Assad was unconditionally pro-America across the board, you would have never heard about anything. You wouldn't have heard about chemical weapons. You wouldn't have heard about the prisons. You wouldn't have heard about the fucking torture. And this is proof. Okay? The way that South Korean development is discussed in the Western world, okay? The way that the South Korean government is discussed in the Western world is never with clear terms such as this. Okay?
The Soviet Union would reply a few weeks later by formally establishing the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Both states claimed sovereignty over the entire Korean peninsula, a policy that set the stage for a head-on collision. So life wasn't easy for the newborn southern state. For starters, the rebellion on Jeju Island was still going on, and another uprising would be added to that in mid-autumn. Known as the Yeosu Suncheon Rebellion, it began on October 19th in the port city of Yeosu after disgruntled soldiers of the 6th and 14th Regiments refused to fight against the Jeju guerrillas. Within a day, the 2,000 rebels had total control of the city.
It's so weird. Why is this objectively popular American-backed government breeding so much hostility by the population it's supposed to be democratically governing?
And soon seized Suncheon as well as other nearby towns. They were joined by leftists waving red flags and calling for a Korean People's Republic, the old PRK, though some raised North Korean flags and pledged their loyalty to Kim Il-sung. They even went so far as to establish people's courts and then tried and executed several police officers, government officials, landlords, and rightists. A newspaper controlled by the rebels made their goals known to the public. First, all Americans would have to leave Korea and all government authority should be transferred to the People's Committee of Yeosu. It also called for land redistribution, a purge of officials who had cooperated in the past with the Japanese, and finally a union of the land under the Northern regime. They would get none of these things, however, certainly not on America's watch. With US personnel in advisory and organizing roles, the South Korean army managed to largely suppress the rebellion, though pockets of resistance would remain until 1957. But the violence didn't stop there, as reprisals from loyalists began, who went on to shoot people who they had the slightest suspicion of supporting communist uprising. In total, around 3,000 people were killed in the uprising that ultimately had only one winner, Syngman Rhee, who used the opportunity to further strengthen his power and wipe out all resistance to his rule. In May of the following year, the larger rebellion on Jeju Island was put down as well. It was an unprecedented massacre as both—
Still you sit here and listen to this from a Western world country? What?
sides, especially the South Korean government, committed atrocities to his rule. In May of the following year, the larger rebellion on Jeju Island was put down as well. It was an unprecedented massacre as both sides, especially the South Korean government, committed atrocities and war crimes, resulting in entire villages being wiped from the map. Estimates indicated around 30,000 casualties, although privately, the governor of the island reported almost 60,000 dead. Almost as shocking was the fact that for—
Guys, I don't understand. These are the American-backed government. Like, what is happening here? I don't get it. What the fuck is going on, man? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. America's the good guys. Why are they doing a complete fucking... Why are they ethnically cleansing entire villages for their political mobilization? Why is America not stepping in and seemingly working in lockstep every step of the way? I don't understand. Why is America not using its own pre-existing laws against a foreign ally that's currently also committing a genocide in Gaza? Why is America not stopping Israel? They are the good guys. Why are they not doing that? Perhaps it's not America stopping these countries, but instead not only allowing them to do this, but also urging them to do so.
"50 years afterwards, even the mention of these events was a crime punishable by beatings, torture, and time in prison. But while Syngman Rhee was putting out one fire, another one was being lit, this time on the opposite side of the country, when on the 4th of May, border battles began at Kaesong, an incident initiated by the South. Skirmishes and raids along the 38th parallel would continue until December, and the only reason all-out war didn't break out that year was that both superpowers wanted to avoid war and made clear they wouldn't help if an unprovoked general attack was launched. So, going into 1950, the strategy for both sides was to hope for a provocation from the other side.
Yeah, for the record, I need you to understand something. The Korean War has yet to start. Like, in the way that it's taught in history books, understand that this hasn't started yet. Just like Deir Yassin is not featured in the Israeli War of Independence, okay, as a pivotal point, or the Nakba is a important aspect of like Israeli nation state development in its inception, this kind of stuff is not even considered to be to play a motivational role in the actions of the DPRK. Just so you understand. Like, all jokes aside, the big bad, America's like direct and active involvement has yet to begin. My professor at uni was raving about the killings in Indonesia were bad, but led to good things in the future. And Sukarno was a smart politician. I lost my mind when she said that. Yeah. Yeah, ask her if she feels that way about fucking Adolf Hitler. Insane.
Side so as to ensure assistance from their guarantor. But the strategic situation had changed by the spring of 1950 as the Soviets had broken the US monopoly on nuclear weapons and Mao Zedong had achieved final victory for the communists in China. So in April, Stalin gave his permission to Kim Il-sung for an attack on the South so long as Mao was willing to assist him. While concerned about US involvement, Mao ultimately agreed to support the North Korean endeavor, and preparations for the war that would break out at the end of the summer were escalated. Now, we've covered the events of the war in detail in other episodes, so we're going to fast forward a bit to 1953 and South Korea in the aftermath of the war. If you haven't watched our episodes on the Korean War, we'll link them in the show notes. Although devastating, the Korean War actually gave South Korea the chance to start again with a clean slate. Let me explain. The old aristocracy that once controlled people, markets, and enterprises had lost its political powers through land redistribution.
It's good that we watched the other video because it I think, covered the war already. And I think this hyper focuses on South Korean politics in the lead up to the Korean War and in the aftermath of the Korean War. So it's good to, we already saw the fucking worst aspects of the Korean War. We already covered it earlier or with the Hakim video.
And because the war had caused mass migrations, which in turn shook things up in a country where solidity of lineage and place were pivotal. They were substituted by entrepreneurs that had amassed fortunes through war-related enterprises, middle-class merchants, and by some people that had engaged in more nefarious economic activities. You know, like money lending and black marketeering. Many of present-day South Korea's great corporations began taking shape during this period. But that didn't mean that the majority of people enjoyed any economic prosperity. Rhee's numismatic policy of just print more money had caused massive inflation, largely turning the urban population against him. Thankfully for Rhee, there was someone willing to provide financial aid, Uncle Sam and the good old US of A. Washington was willing to subsidize countries that stood on the front lines of the Cold War. The Republic of Korea and the 600,000-strong ROK Army were the bulwark that protected American interests in the area, as well as the disarmed Japan. Syngman Rhee was very aware of South Korea's geostrategic importance to the United States and had no moral inhibitions in accepting every last dollar the American government was willing to throw at him. In fact, for almost a decade, nearly the...
This is the worst aspect of like American development. Marshall Plan alike, we only fucking give free money to countries as long as they're violent, rabid, fascist dogs that squash any semblance of like socialism that exists in your society. And it's so fucking annoying because America could have done this across the board and put forth a century of cooperation. But the issue then obviously would be that, you know, inevitably people will be like, I don't want to do this capitalism shit. Also, it's not really free money either. You're right. At least with the World Bank and the IMF, the money goes directly back to foreign investors, or the money is given to the countries, and the countries can only use it on foreign investment or foreign companies coming in. Oftentimes with a direct interest in privatizing whatever remaining public sector resources.
The entire government budget came from American funding. With corruption being widespread, it's of little wonder that large amounts of these dollars ended up in the pockets of people working under Rhee, like cabinet officials and his political friends. Rhee's maladministration didn't go unnoticed, and his years from 1953 to 1960 can be summarized as an increasingly desperate attempt to cling to power. In the election for the National Assembly held in 1954, he managed to receive an absolute majority, but only by using police harassment and restrictive electoral laws. And he didn't stop there. Through the clever use of good old bribery, he managed to get many independent members of the assembly onto his side, a move he needed to get the necessary 2/3 majority for a constitutional amendment that would allow for a third presidential term in 1956, which, of course, he got. However, the political mindset of the people had begun to change. People had had enough of the economic hardships, the out-of-control inflation, the corruption, and Rhee's authoritarian rule. His popularity declined rapidly in urban areas, and especially among the younger generations that tended to be better educated and thus had greater political understanding and stronger beliefs in democratic values and ideals. Facing the prospect of getting voted out of power, Rhee's administration resorted again to repression. A notable victim was Cho Bong-am, a former minister of Rhee's who made the simple mistake of founding his own party and obtaining an impressive 30% of the vote for the presidency in the 1956 elections. So, in February 1958, just a couple of months before the next assembly elections, he was charged with spying for North Korea and, after 2 trials, was executed in the summer of the following year. But even with the extensive repressions and electoral fraud, Rhee's Liberal Party managed to only get 38.7% of the votes, compared to the Democratic Party, which won 29.5%. Rhee responded to this stronger opposition the only way he knew how, with even stronger repressions. This culminated in the passage of a new national security law on Christmas Eve 1958. An attempt by the opposition to boycott the procedure was made in vain as the government mobilized the police and kicked them out of the building, then, unopposed, passed 22 bills, including the law that effectively turned South Korea into a police state. Under these new laws, criticizing the president was a crime, and intelligence agencies could arrest civilians merely on the suspicion of criminal activity. Ultimately, however, Rhee's electoral frauds would become his own undoing. In the presidential election of 1960, he was unopposed at the ballots as his rival had passed away from cancer. But not to be satisfied with only one victory, his government also heavily rigged the elections for the vice presidency, an act which very soon came to light and resulted in massive protests. On April 19th, thousands of university students marched towards the presidential residence, demanding Syngman Rhee's resignation and new elections. In an effort to suppress the protests, the police mercilessly fired into the crowds, killing more than 100 students. This, however, failed in its goal.
I'm so confused. Why is America... Oh, that's right. This is... Oh, that's right. They already fucking destroyed North Korea in this process, and also offered logistical support to the incredibly violent ways in which the South Korean leadership had suppressed prior uprisings. So I guess the United States of America doesn't really care, it seems. I mean, it seems like they don't care that the government that they've designed to have rulership over the wonderful nation of South Korea, a nation that they also designed by partitioning Korea, is doing this to its own citizens.
Goal to disperse the demonstrations, and over the following days, more and more people joined the protests. Facing overwhelmingly larger crowds, this time the armed forces refused to open fire, and on the 26th of April, Rhee submitted his resignation. 2 days later, he was flown out of the country on a DC-4 belonging to the CIA, and would spend the rest of his days in exile in Hawaii. Now, following Rhee's resignation, South Korea had the chance to implement a democratic system. To help achieve this, Ho Chung, the Minister of Foreign Affairs under the Rhee administration, was tasked with forming a caretaker government that would revise the constitution and organize new elections. The amended constitution designated the Second Republic to have a parliamentary cabinet system instead of a presidential one, which is the first and only time such a government system has been implemented in the history of Korea. In the National Assembly, elections were held in late July. The Democratic Party triumphed, whereas Rhee's former party, the Liberal Party, only managed to obtain 2 seats. It didn't take long, however, for cracks to appear within the Democratic Party. While they had been united against their common foe, Syngman Rhee, with him gone, the party split into 2 factions. This political infighting, coupled with inexperience in governance, created a politically unstable environment that couldn't fight the corruption or fix the ruined economy Rhee's administration had left behind, although they did formulate a 5-year plan. And the troubles for the vulnerable Second Republic didn't stop there. The students, emboldened by their successes against Rhee's regime, frequently protested.
Chatter that said, the more I learn about the United States' history and involvement in global affairs, the more I am confused as to why we didn't side with the Nazis. Was it just FDR? And the answer is both yes and no. The answer is yes for the most part. He had a lot of smoke in general. Okay, he had a lot of smoke in general for Nazis, for sure. Uniquely had a lot of smoke. But also at the time, at least like leading to the popularity of FDR, there was a lot more labor militancy. There was a lot more open socialism in the United States of America, something that is like impossible to contend with. Pearl Harbor was the straw that broke the camel's back. But I want to point to something else in American history, because we were pretty fucking close to aligning ourselves, or had aligned ourselves economically with Germany already. It's called the business plot. If the business plot had been successful, I think that America would have signed off on, I think America would have aligned itself with Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany. So yeah. He didn't have the smoke because of the Holocaust, though. Yeah, but to be fair to the to be fair to FDR, many people did not understand the true severity of the Holocaust until after they had successfully fought against Nazi Germany. Like, you have to remember, information was infinitely more limited at the time. Like, I don't know if America would care or you know, be agitated, especially considering that there were Jewish refugees that were escaping, and you know, we turned them around. But they quite literally did not have internet. Not to sound like Young Thug talking about James Harden wearing a Blue Lives Matter gator, but like, they didn't have internet at the time. And a lot of the information that came out about the camps were directly propagandized by the Nazi government. There's a big part of guys, stop focusing on the James Harden joke that I made, okay? Like, the Red Cross, as we understand it, is not exactly an infallible institution to begin with, even in contemporary society. But the Red Cross at the time aided and abetted in lying about the concentration camps. There was great progressive leaders in the FDR and eminent in public life. His vice president was Henry Wallace, who was friendly to the Soviet. FDR once said he would not rerun if the DNC didn't put him on the ticket. Sadly, in his final rerun, he was too weak, and the DNC bosses placed their own people to have Truman as the VP and thus becoming president. Yeah. The Reisenstadt ghetto and the Red Cross. It was used as a model ghetto for deceiving International Committee of the Red Cross representatives about the ongoing Holocaust and the Nazi plan to murder all Jews. The Nazified German Red Cross visited the ghetto in 1943 and filed the only accurate report on the ghetto describing overcrowding and undernourishment. In 1944, the ghetto was beautified in preparation for a delegation from the International Committee of the Red Cross and the Danish government. Well, during the war in 1942, there was a Polish captain who snuck into the concentration camp and was there for 2 years, I think. He leaked info to the British, and the UK military dismissed the reports as outlandish because they didn't want to believe the reports were accurate. Now, what's really interesting about that is, think about it this way. We have direct insight into the everyday existence of Palestinians living in Gaza, and there's a current genocide happening in Gaza. Okay? There's a current genocide happening in Gaza. We have direct insight. We have real-time coverage And yet there are still a non-insignificant percentage of the public that turns a blind eye to it or even recognizes the atrocities and says, no, it's good, we want more of it. So, and regardless of the people's opinion on the genocide in Gaza, no changes take place. So, like, imagine, even with the incredible amount of information that we can get nowadays, where you can directly talk to a person that is currently under occupation, that can die at any moment, it still doesn't, it still does not matter. People still do not change their opinions on it. So I don't think that the Holocaust in and of itself was, it was not a important factor in the Allied forces going in and fighting against Nazi Germany. And I'm not so sure that they would give a fuck to begin with. If I'm being super, super honest.
Demanding economic and political reforms. In October, they even went one step further, storming the National Assembly and forcing the members there to enact laws for the punishment of government officials and policemen that had acted in an anti-democratic manner during the era of the First Republic. Seeing the weakness of the Second Republic, the North Korean regime couldn't help but take advantage and began subversive activities, even proposing discussions surrounding unification. Many students found the idea of unification quite appealing, as North Korea at that time was actually in overall better shape and actively campaigned for it. But the Northern regime aside, there was another institution that had significant political power, was more stable than the political world of the Second Republic, and had noticed the Republic's weakness. We are, of course, talking about the Republic of Korea Armed Forces. They had in the past actually planned a coup against Syngman Rhee, but were only stopped by the success of the students in the April Revolution. They were, however, displeased with the progress of the new regime, and a group of officers concluded that the time for a military takeover had come. In the early hours of May 16, 1961, Major General Park Chung-hee, with 250 officers and 3,500 soldiers, announced the Army's intervention to save the country. Park dissolved the National Assembly, instituted martial law, and declared the formation of the Supreme Council for National Reconstruction, a fancy title for the military junta he had just established. A series of dictatorial regimes in South Korea would remain in place until the establishment of the Liberal Democratic Sixth Republic in 1987. The history of South Korea stands as an excellent example of the Cold War, a country which stood firmly in the anti-communist alliance, but did so at the expense of human rights and civil liberties, which its financial and diplomatic sponsor state, the United States, proclaimed to be the reason for fighting the Cold War in the first place. South Korea is only one example during the Cold War of Washington providing support for dictatorial and repressive regimes in order to keep the world safe from communism. As we said at the beginning, the side of good is not always good. We hope you've enjoyed today's episode, and to make sure you don't miss all of our future episodes, please make sure you subscribe to our channel and have rigged the pressing of the YouTube bell button so that no matter which bell button you press, it supports only.
Yep. Great video. Shocked to find out such a fucking solid video. Yes, this was South Korea, brutal dictatorship in the post-war period. I think I missed a part of your thoughts about the Allied forces' awareness of the concentration camps. From what I understand, there was little awareness till after at least 1945 and after. No, that's what I said. And I'm saying that even if there was awareness, judging by, even if there was awareness, judging by our reaction to Israel, I don't think that like people would give a shit. Like that wasn't the reason. I think the way that people portray it, they talk about it like Americans went to Nazi Germany and fought them specifically to liberate the concentration camps. But many people were oblivious to that reality. There were certainly people who wanted to join forces, who wanted to fight, push back against Nazi Germany's actions. Okay, that is real. That is a real thing. FDR was one of those people. But it took Pearl Harbor for Americans to even be convinced to join the Allied forces. So think about that. Like, there needed to be a pivotal moment that there needed to be a pivotal moment that like would cause enough popular support to even join. FDR used Pearl Harbor as a... FDR basically used Pearl Harbor effectively to say, like, no, this has to happen. This is completely unacceptable. Prior to that, the policy was isolationist. I wouldn't necessarily say isolationist because obviously Pearl Harbor also happened because, you know, we were not excited about Imperial Japan's actions in the region. Like we were taking action against, the Japanese Empire, which is what led to Pearl Harbor. And then Pearl Harbor is what led to U.S. involvement in World War II, like active involvement in World War II. And make no mistake, there were a lot of people all the way until the very end that actively wanted to not fight Nazi Germany and instead align with Nazi Germany. Some of them are known as, you know, Henry Ford comes to mind. No, General Patton's attitude is different. He was always a fucking racist piece of shit from what I understand, but I was talking about the American German Bund movement. Or American capitalists in general that continue to trade. That's why I say if the business plot had gone through and FDR was the tide of history would be very different. Anyway. Now let's get to these motherfucking drones, dude. Okay, let's get to these freaking drones.
Millions of Americans have their eyes to the sky trying to unwrap a mystery. Ever since Thanksgiving, there have been thousands of reported drone sightings, mostly in the skies over New Jersey. Now those sightings have spread. Reports of flying objects have cropped up in half a dozen states in the Northeast, some even here in New York City. And now what was a curiosity.
I think this is amazing. I think this is amazing because, like, I feel like there's definitely, I assume that, like, there's probably some, like, I don't know, military defense contractors, like, testing out drones or whatever. Like, I'm sure the inception point here is, like, some real American technology, probably. Okay? But it is hilarious how quickly peasant brain creates collective psychosis. Okay? And now you have so much momentum on the story from people who personally think that every plane in the sky is actually a drone. And not just any drone, but drones that are coming from an Iranian mothership. This is a fantastic example of this. Woman on Facebook proudly reports how her husband shown a laser at a drone, which was actually FedEx flight 3926 at 4,000 feet. This is complete madness. My husband and I saw one in West Milford about 11:57 p.m. It was very low flying and audible. My husband shined his sniper laser at it, and we watched before our own eyes. It went completely dark, and the sound ended abruptly. I know the time because I texted my best friend immediately after. It was a fucking FedEx plane. New Jersey Democrat Senator Andy Kim was posting planes flying a Newark flight path. Last night we went out with local police to spot the drone flying over New Jersey. Here's what I saw. We drove to Round Valley Reservoir and the officer pointed lights moving low over the tree line. Sometimes they were solid white light, others flashed of red and green. Now, the red and green light means that it's a FAA sanctioned flight, isn't it? That's just a plane. Or Santa Claus. We oriented ourselves with a flight tracker app to help us distinguish from airplanes. We often saw about 5 to 7 lights at a time that were low and not associated with aircraft we could see on the tracker app. Some hovered while others moved across the horizon. We saw a few that looked like they were moving in small clusters of 2 to 4. We clearly saw several that would move horizontally, then immediately switch back in the opposite direction and maneuver in ways.
The one low looks pretty close, right? So this one's gonna fly over us right now. You think so?
There are obviously actual drones, though. Just because people falsely report planes is irrelevant. Oh, make no mistake. That's why I said I suspect that the inception of the story came from like probably some fucking military technology. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if it was a commercial drone or not, but I do think that I'm certain that there is some drones that people were like, "What the fuck is that?" And it became a story. And not only did it become a story, but then it turned into this massive story when people were like, there's a lot of flying stuff ahead of us. There's so many goddamn flying shit. What the hell is going on? Interesting question here is, how did this become a massive story? Because I think America is very stupid. And while they're like, this is one of those incidents where like, I think that there's a shit ton of drones because they're relatively cheap, chat. It's a very cheap thing to make, buy, purchase, a maneuver. It's relatively easy to operate. So like, it could be a number of different things. It could be a number of different things. It could be commercial drones. It could be people fucking around. It could be defense contractors testing out their new drones or whatever. But I think the broad reception of this story is partially because of our fascination with the unknown and partially because, you know, there's Americans love this shit. They love this kind of conspiracy theory.
Is raising some alarm among some federal officials. Allie Bauman is here with more. Allie, good morning.
Good morning, Dana and Michelle. The FBI and Homeland Security Department have said these objects do not pose a threat to the public. In fact, some law enforcement officials believe
it's illegal to operate without a license. First of all, nobody gives a fuck about that. That's why I said it's cheap. It could be a prank. It could be someone with a lot of money and time on their hands. But there's also, I think that there is also real fears that this is something more ominous. But I think that the thing that is more ominous would be most likely just the American military, like defense contractors testing out their new toys. They are the size of cars. It's alien people. Okay. Or maybe that.
they aren't drones, but planes or helicopters that are being mistaken for unmanned aircrafts. But despite that, some high-ranking elected leaders are demanding answers to what the objects are and who's controlling them. In the dark of night, the number of reported drone sightings in at least 6 East Coast states is now more than 3,000 and counting.
We saw blinking, like lots of blinking things up in the sky to the south, right over the ocean.
In New Jersey, unexplained drone activity was reported above a naval weapons station, while farther north, the FAA ordered temporary flight.
Hey, cold snack, baby. How much have you looked into this? I was under the impression that this was thousands of industrial-side drones clearly visible as a drone. Everybody has seen them. Yeah, I don't understand it. Everybody says everybody's seen them, and yet all the footage that I have seen from independent sources are either like TIE fighters that they altered, okay, to make it seem like a fucking real TIE fighter was like flying in broad daylight, or planes and shit, planes and helicopters. So I have not seen, like, while I love a good story like this, I love a good conspiracy, I have not seen any real like footage. I'm not seeing any real. Yeah, Larry Hogan saw stars and constellations and then said, these are drones. The stars at the 39-second mark are recognizable by the constellation Orion. From this, you can determine if the bright lights behind the trees are stars Sirius and Procyon. Like, I don't know. And yeah, this account that was deleted, we'll look at it as well in a second. But let's hear what the fucking lamestream media narrative is first, okay? Let's hear what the lamestream media narrative is first. Let's see how they're lying to the American public while I go pee real quick.
Restrictions prohibiting drones over Picatinny Arsenal, where armament research is conducted, and over a Trump golf club.
There's one right above us.
But no one is sure how the oversized drones, some reported to be the size of cars, got there. At the White House, the National Security Communications Advisor offered this.
Many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully.
And a local sheriff seemed to discredit the credibility of a covert operation.
If they didn't put their lights on, no, they'd be looking, right?
Right.
And they're putting their lights so they want you to see.
But some politicians want to know more.
The fact that the federal agencies responsible for briefing the public have not come forward in a clear way is unacceptable.
Yesterday, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy wrote a letter to President Biden asking for federal resources to figure out what's going on. And senators from New York and New Jersey signed a joint letter to the FBI, FAA, and Department of Homeland Security.
If you don't know whose it is and who's flying it, you have to take it down.
Well, that sentiment from New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand echoed by President-elect Donald Trump. He posted on Truth Social that the government should let the public know what the objects are or shoot them down. Experts caution the public should not take matters into their own hands. Shooting down a drone or any aircraft is a federal crime. Michelle?
We certainly hope they get to the bottom of it. Allie, thank you.
All right, this is going right over us right now.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? A drone? Welcome to the New Jersey suburbs, where big, mysterious flying machines appear over our heads at night. All we know is they weren't all there before.
They're loud. It is just nuts. They've been going in different directions.
What are these aircraft? It continues to be a mystery. State and federal officials are investigating and say they don't pose a credible threat. But
you're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
And then this from a Pentagon spokeswoman.
At this time, we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign entity or the work of an adversary.
So no, we don't know what they are.
I think something that people need to remind themselves is that, like, I often talk about people in positions of authority and how when someone is in a position of authority, we automatically assume that they know what the fuck they're talking about or they're brilliant. Okay, that's how meritocracy works, usually. And I need people to remember that just because someone is in Congress, speaking from a position of authority, does not change the reality that they can be a fucking absolute moron. Okay, very important to understand. That's precisely the reason why I showed you Andy Kim, and that's why I showed you Governor Larry Hogan. Okay, like, you can still be a fucking idiot Just because you're a elected representative doesn't change that reality, okay? Now, I do want to point to something here. I want to remind everyone how right I was in terms of the Chinese weather balloon story. And I think it's important to remember that I was right on the Chinese weather balloon story because there were plenty of people who were yelling at me at the time saying this is inappropriate, that like we're being invaded by China. This is a deliberate attempt to destroy America. And at the time, the government literally used that to its advantage and very clearly leaned into that. This feels like you're gaslighting us, people from New Jersey. Some are planes, but most are fucking drones. I wish people would send me actual video footage of the drones. Or even, Bubba. Oh, this is the Walmart delivery drone. This guy shot a Walmart delivery drone in Florida. That's not, this is a different guy. Anyway, this is what people are saying is a convincing argument that this account made, that the account got deleted. I don't know if it's convincing or not. I'm just going to read it. Okay. A whole thread of red and green light planes they're saying aren't planes law. Whoever's behind this, they seem totally unconcerned about being photographed and filmed, which makes it highly unlikely that they're secret military defense industry tech. Yeah, that's a commercial airliner. That's not a drone. There are dozens of SUV-sized drones flying over New Jersey on a nightly basis. More video. Another one very much looks like a plane, but it isn't. Wait, what? Sent in by a resident of Bergen County. In the video, I thought it was a plane, but after seeing the picture, I'm not so sure. It doesn't look like any passenger plane to me. What? What are you talking about? This is literally a plane. And then not only is it a plane, but it's also like, I suspect it's like digitally altered as well, because there's like certain points where you can kind of tell. Second night of drones flying over my house. This chat is perfect for the story because half of us have plane autism and we can clearly tell if this is or isn't a plane. Yeah. Planes come in various shapes, sizes, colors. Okay. They have different kinds of wings. Okay. And I like a lot of the footage that I've seen are literally just straight up planes. And I've yet to see like, hey. Anne. Kaya, place. Not yet, Kaya. Fat ass. She got so fat, just like her daddy. I did some drones like legit ones, but it's easy to think they're all after. We have to see a couple. While many of these look like larger versions of conventional drones or fixed wing aircraft, some appear to be orbs. What? Nah, like the other part of the story is that some of these are like also digitally altered footage that is done is sold in a way like a Ring camera footage to make you think that this is like a real fucking aerial phenomena. I'm sorry, dude. This is ridiculous. Some more orb activity in New Jersey. Truck driver caught on video orb UAP UFO. These are your people. These are your people, New Jersey loser. This matches the videos I've seen and certainly helps explain the government's odd response. It's a Terradynamics XP4 Transwig drone. Note the stubby nose, stray side wings, and long tail due to forking fins, visible in the first Twitter X video post OP posted. It's being developed by the U.S. Navy as a recon and logistics drone capable of picking up and dropping off packages between land and moving ship, including in high seas and high winds. I mean, I don't know how fucking valid that is either, but I'm more inclined to assume that it would be some kind of drone technology. Joint Staff statement from less than an hour ago. A spokesman from the Joint Staff acknowledged that there had been sightings of drones over 2 military installations in New Jersey, but said such sightings are typical. Yeah, in recent weeks, a number of drones have been sighted over New Jersey, prompting concern and thousands of telephone calls to report them. Some of those drones have even been sighted in the Picatinny Arsenal and Naval Weapons Station in Earl, both in New Jersey. During an on-background telephone call today, officials from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security, Federal Aviation Administration, and the Joint Staff provided comment and answered questions from reporters about the drone sightings. A spokesperson from Joint Staff acknowledged that there have been sightings of drones over 2 military installations in New Jersey, but said such sightings are typical. So either is the Department of Defense playing with new toys by way of defense contractors and they want to keep it under wraps. Maybe some part of it is that. Or there are like people that have access to drones that are flying it over military bases for fun, you know, or for whichever reason. Or there is a third, more nefarious thing that's happening, which is that the American government is woefully incompetent and is completely incapable of dealing with, I don't know, drone surveillance technology in the form of drones that Iran or China or any number of foreign adversaries are engaging us with. Now, the reason why I don't think it's the third option, okay, and it's most likely a combination of 1 and 2, is because drones are very fucking loud, okay, especially large drones. And the reality of the matter is, if you were to use drones to surveil American military bases, a foreign adversary, they're fairly easy to take down. There are even new weapons that people have developed exclusively to take down drones. And not only that, but also it would be pretty fucking simple and pretty easy to figure out which country's drones people are using. So that's the reason why I don't think that this is yet another instance of like foreign adversaries spying on us openly. Okay? New Jersey State Police have said their anti-drone weapons are not working on these ones. I once again go back to what I have mentioned. There are numerous ways of surveilling American military bases. There are numerous ways to do it by way of utilizing the pre-existing telecommunication platform that is partially endlessly interceptable. New York Times Daily just recently did a report on how the Chinese government actually intercepted it incredibly successfully. Like, just to make sure that they knew which Chinese nationals that were spying in the United States of America were caught and which were free of American suspicion. Now, I believe that to be true. Another way that our foreign adversaries could spy on us outside of like directly infiltrating our telecommunications Another way of spying on Americans is through satellites. Or even, okay, Neli ama baba dur ya. Bir dur bitireyim şunu ondan sonra söylerim. Okay Kaya. Ne istiyorsun? Ekmek arası mı? Başka ne istiyorsun içinde? Okay. My dad is demanding I order him döner. Kitchen table'ın üstünde. Here's a conspiracy story. Fed used drones and information to test methods of inducing mass hysteria in the U.S. I mean, maybe. I could see that. The American government has in the past used unexplainable aerial phenomena as a mechanism to freak out the public. That is a very real and open psyop that the CIA is engaged with in countries where they wanted to interfere in the normal political process in. So that is something that we've done. But I'm not so certain. Here, let's finish this video and then I'll
But I do know a bit about them after spotting them, talking to residents and experts. What is that? Yes, some of the videos show aircraft that look like planes. And some of them definitely are regular planes. But experts who have seen the reported drone footage categorize it into two buckets: quadcopters and fixed-winged aircraft. I didn't see one of the quadcopters, but Melissa Pedersen in Chatham believes she did. In her footage, this object goes back and forth in the sky. Experts I showed it to said it did look like a drone. I've spoken to residents in a number of towns up and down the state, and many report seeing similar low-flying objects. What I saw did not look like that, but it did appear to be flying lower than a regular plane. There we go. That is low. That's just hovering over something. And there was a lot of activity in the air, far more than usual, and I didn't see a lot of that reported on flight tracking apps with FAA data. At a New Jersey briefing on Wednesday, officials said the drones fly for 6 to 7 hours at night. They believe they're coming in from over the water.
These are apparently very, as I understand it, very sophisticated. The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark.
With all the attention in the state, many have taken to...
How? How would they know? How would the drone operator in the middle of the fucking night know that there are eyes on the drone? What? Someone in the chat said optical lasers or some shit. Like, that's not... Fuck, man. If they have IR cameras, they can see camera lenses. Do you know how complicated of an operation that would be? They have infrared cameras that sense camera lenses and shut off their lights. Okay, then why do they have the lights on to begin with? From all angles, dude? What do you think drones are? You think they're like how do you think drones are operated? Like, you think that it's just like an alien that's operating the fucking drone? Like, how do they have real-time understanding? Why do they have the lights on at first? Why do they turn their lights off? And how do they figure out that, like, eyes are on them? It's not possible. Even with basic infrared, you can tell when people are looking at you by the simple fact that they're outside and pointing cameras at you. I agree this is not happening, but that's how it could happen. Oh my God. Dude, at any given moment when you're flying at that altitude, do you know how many fucking eyes could be on you? My point is, you will never be able to tell. Like what? Let's say there are 1,000 cameras. The automatic assumption should be that they're always on you, okay? That's why it doesn't make sense as to why they would even have their lights on to begin with. Because the moment that you actually come close enough to the fucking shoreline, there are 1,000 opportunities to be spotted. Why the fuck would they have the lights on only until they recognize that someone caught them? High technology, but apparently Deborah can take a photo on her iPhone 14. Yeah. Also, there are points where there would have eyes on them and they still kept their lights on, defeating the purpose of hiding behind being sneaky. Yeah, like this.
Social media to report drone sightings. For the past few nights, my Ring app has been full of alerts, though many do seem to be plane sightings. The White House on Thursday implied as much.
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat. We have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement authorities, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings. To the contrary, upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully.
Still, mystery drone sightings have been seen across the country, including over Langley Air Force Base.
Yeah, good luck fucking instilling any trust in the American public after fucking destroying what semblance of trust that might have remained. Like ruining your credibility on the Gaza stuff. So who the fuck would ever believe that? I just, like, across the board, Americans just don't trust their government. You know, you got the Iraq War, you got 9/11, you got the JFK assassination. Time and time again, American media in unison with the American State Department has actively been like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. Don't look over here, okay? Nothing weird. Shut the fuck up. And of course, there is a tremendous level of distrust in the American government and a tremendous level of distrust in the American media. So obviously, not a single fucking person is going to hear that and go, you know what? I agree, actually. You're right. There's probably nothing to fear. At this point, they'd be better off being like, they're fucking aliens, okay? I feel like people are so inclined not to believe the American government that if the American government came out and were like, they're UFOs, they'd be like, oh, it's okay, never mind. I don't believe it. They've been negatively polarized against any sort of revelation from the American government or the military, really. That trust is gone. That bond is broken. The American government is basically chat poop-socking the streamer, okay? The ancient bond of trust between streamer and chat has been desecrated, defiled, defecated on, time and time again. So no. After the 15th poop sock, the American government, the American population doesn't believe the American government any longer. The trust is gone. But of course, like even if there was one or two weird incidents that just don't pass the smell test, that could be attributed to a defense contractor testing out their new shiny toy or whatever. Okay. There are 10,000 mass hysteria, collective psychosis opportunities for the average American who has the mindset of a medieval peasant, who now will look to every single fucking plane and go, that's a drone. What the fuck is this? They got him. Anyway.
On Virginia's shoreline in December 2023.
People have a right to know, where are these?
And no, I don't think it's a news and event that the U.S. government is using this drone hysteria to divert attention from. I don't think so. I think that's another like brain broken way to approach it. Like, no. What the fuck? I think we give the American government far too much competence. Okay? Like, I think the American military is very powerful, much more powerful than you would suspect. But I also don't think that their influence is so vast, their schemes so complicated, that they're actually actively trying to get our attention away from the things that matter. It's like, no, dude, most Americans don't know about anything and don't give a fuck about anything, okay? You don't really need to jiggle keys in front of them to get them to change their perception. They're not like, yeah, they were very excited about the revolutionary sentiment and class consciousness that was being instilled upon the proletariat. We're on the verge of rising up, ladies and gentlemen, until the American government came in and started putting drones everywhere in New Jersey. And all of a sudden, the Marxist-Leninist vanguard of New Jersey fell apart because now they're hyper-focused on these fucking drones. It's not just New Jersey. It'll be all over now. Like, while it might have been, while all of the self-reporting is coming from New Jersey, as you notice in the beginning of the other news story, now they're seeing them in Connecticut and New York and elsewhere in Pennsylvania. And the reason for why they're seeing that everywhere is because, yeah, there's a whole bunch of flying shit everywhere all the time. And it's isn't it the Jeep phenomenon? What is it called? Or the buggy phenomenon? Where you, like, once you purchase a Jeep, you start recognizing so many more Jeeps. Like, we have pattern recognition. And once we are hyper focused on something, once it's on our minds, we start recognizing it a lot more. Okay? That's just what it is. To a certain degree, we're just like, oh, there's inexplicable aerial phenomena all around us. Bader-Meinhof frequency bias.
Drones coming from? Like, what's the origin of all these drones? What's all this activity? People have seen it. The state police have seen them. These are not made up. People are not just making up what they're seeing. Now, listen, some of these things could be confused if it's late at night with manned aircraft, right? I don't believe all of these are necessarily drones, but there are certainly drones out there.
What happens next? Hopefully we get more info on the mystery in the sky. And I get better at shooting aerial objects with an iPhone.
Oh, come on, not the flash. Oh, come on, don't lose the focus.
A deepening mystery unfolding in the tri-state area today. People in the New York metropolitan area are now reporting a growing number of drone sightings in their communities. This follows a wave of mysterious appearances.
Keep reading the DoD statement. We have had confirmed sightings at Picatinny Arsenal and Naval Weapon Station Earl, the spokesperson said. This is not a new issue for us. We've had to deal with drone incursions over our base for quite a time now. It's something that we routinely respond to in each and every case when reporting is cited. The spokesperson said military installations have means to detect and respond to such drones, and that security personnel are trained to identify, categorize, and employ those tools to keep drones from flying unauthorized over U.S. military bases. Right now, the FBI, DHS, FAA, and DOD have been unable to determine who is responsible for flying the drones, and there's no indication that there are adversary nations involved. To date, we have no intelligence or observations that would indicate that they were aligned with a foreign actor. I feel like if they were aligned, even if they're not malicious, they still will fucking openly state it. So it's got to be not aligned. You know what I mean? Like, remember the Chinese weather balloon that fucking drifted off into U.S. airspace? And everyone was like, oh, it's a Chinese weather balloon, dog. They're coming after us. They're trying to spy on our... spy on our fucking military bases. It's like, even though it wasn't as significant nor as severe as the way that the American government presented it, it still didn't matter. Like, people were whipped into a frenzy. And the American government absolutely used red baiting to fucking get people riled up. We have not been able to locate or identify the operators or the points of origin. The spokesperson said that the military has limited authorities when it comes to conducting investigations off of military installations in the United States, and is also prohibited from conducting intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations in the U.S., which might be used to determine the origins of who might be flying the drones. Okay. Yeah, there's no intra-agency cooperation to investigate such matters. Yeah, famously, nobody ever spies on American soil. None of our agencies actually spy on American soil. Guys, I promise, we just have no authority here. It's outside of our jurisdiction. We don't know. Maybe it's real. Maybe it's not. Get the fuck out of here. But the spokesperson also said military installations have good relations with local law enforcement who can conduct investigations off the installation. Oh, God. We have to coordinate with law enforcement and try to do that, which we are doing, the spokesperson said. And we do that on a routine basis at nearly all of our locations. We have good relationships. Spokesperson also said the department is frustrated with the appearance of drones. The main point is to deter the activity using some of our electronic means that can respond to most of these small commercial systems and deny them access to the airspace over our bases. The spokesperson said, we don't know what the activity is. We don't know if it's just criminal, but I will tell you that it is irresponsible. Here on the military side, we are just as frustrated with the irresponsible nature of this activity. Yeah, I think it's hard for me not to see this as a collective hysteria from a generation of people that have had TikTok ruin their fucking brains. Like, this is another person at the same location ID. This is a high visibility ball on a power line. Oh my God. Everyone is becoming a UFO truther. And what's funnier is, like, now doors open. Now the UFOs are no longer going to Ohio. Now they're going somewhere even less likely. The Ohio of the tri-state. Motherfucking New Jersey, man. That's crazy. It's like aliens never go to Shenzhen, okay? They never go to Tokyo. Only Godzilla. Aliens only go to a cornfield in Iowa. And now it seems they're going to the cornfield of the tri-state, New Jersey. Why are they so fascinated? This makes no sense. Unusual activity report over Barksdale AFB. Chris Smith of New Jersey related to Congress this week how a U.S. Coast Guard boat was followed by dozens of these things with no idea what they were and no authorization to engage. God, I love this story, man. It's fucking sick. What a fantastic story.
In the skies over New Jersey, sparking major concern among residents as well as among local and state leaders. The White House and FBI say there is no evidence to this point that the drones pose a national security threat or have any kind of foreign connection. But that's only adding to the confusion, because so far there are no explanations as to what they even are, where they're coming from, or who might be launching them. For weeks now, the drones have been spotted over homes, critical infrastructure, and sensitive government sites. Today, some frustrated lawmakers have gone from asking questions to demanding answers.
New Jersey can't become the Wild West of drone activity. No state can become the Wild West of drone activity. I've made this very clear to the FBI, to Homeland Security, and the FAA, the agencies chiefly responsible for monitoring drone activity. They must immediately disclose more information to the public. It's totally and completely unacceptable that you have all this drone activity going on, that people are seeing with their own eyes. The fact that the federal agencies responsible for briefing the public have not come forward in a clear way is unacceptable. There has to be some explanation to the public for all this increased activity, and they must do so now.
Thus far, the drones have managed to evade radar as well as police helicopters. And moments ago, CNN learned that Connecticut police are tracking reported sightings of drones over Fairfield County. CNN's Polo Sandoval spoke to a leader at a private...
You might be thinking, Hasan, how can so many people with institutional legitimacy be stupid? Okay? Like, there's got to be someone who is smart that has direct evidence or something. And I'm here to dispel that notion. Okay? I need you to understand, no, virtually every single person involved in the story can be fucking stupid. From Josh Gottheimer to every single individual cop to the random Debras and the Barbaras that flip out their phones and start fucking, filming these drones or whatever, can all be collectively hysterical. I need you to understand. If you're here to hear from me a different alternative that will tell you that this is most likely foreign adversaries in action, I don't think so.
Aerospace security company about how investigators are trying to track these drones.
Hasan won't listen to literal generals and shit about this, not just a bunch of fucking stupid nut jobs. Dog, what are you talking about? We just read the DOD announcement on it. What do you mean, listen to literal generals? Unless you mean like some fucking UAP, some former military, like naval officer or whatever, that sits across from congresspersons looking to make a name for themselves at a fucking UAP Senate hearing, then no. Ne yapıyor? Anne, yani bunu yapmak zorundasın. Yoksa çekecek ya artık ve kötüleştiriyorsun şu anda köpeği böyle yap.
DHS and the FBI saying that thus far they have not been able to corroborate any drone sightings with electronic detection, I should say. So we did some digging into what that actually looks like and how that can actually happen. I had an opportunity to speak to a representative of D-Drone, which is a private aerospace security company that basically helps their clients prevent and detect any unauthorized drone flights. That representative telling me that there are at least 4 ways that you can actually detect some of these flights. The first, using radio frequency. You can actually pick up some of that chatter, some of the signals that are sent and dispatched between the drone and the remote control on the ground. There's certainly cameras. A simple surveillance camera often does the trick, though with more advanced cases, more advanced technology is needed. Radar, we all know how that works. And then finally, acoustics. You can quite literally use equipment to listen for some of these drones, though that representative told me that that is becoming less reliable since drone technology has evolved. And oftentimes these drones are much quieter. But overall, these are the kinds of resources that authorities on the ground in New Jersey at the state and local level are asking the federal government to provide. In fact, on Friday, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy sending a letter to President Biden, and in it, not only does he express growing concern about these drone sightings, but also is asking for more federal resources to be sent to New Jersey to help them try to get to the bottom of this. The governor also adding that the residents in his state deserve more information, that it's not enough to simply be told that this is not a matter of any sort of public security or public safety. They want to find out what's behind these drone sightings. And finally, the governor expressing concern about conspiracy theories that we have seen and heard for the last several days. It was just a few days ago that there was an official that was publicly speaking out about this, saying that it was his theory that it was likely an Iranian mothership off the East Coast that was sending these drones in. Of course, the Pentagon quickly denying that claim. Back to you.
All right, Polo Sandoval, thanks for the report. And joining us now to talk more about these mysterious drones is Michael Mellum. He is the mayor of Belleville, New Jersey, which is one of the communities where numerous drones have been spotted. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us. We do have some video that you and the Belleville Police Department obtained that I want to show our viewers. And if we can go ahead and put that up. Here it is. So just tell us about what we're seeing here, where this is, where you've been seeing drones.
How can they deny where the drones come from and also not know where they come from? You never looked into the cow mutilation conspiracy. You really should. You had a full-blown malicious form to shoot down helicopters, and the U.S. military had to increase the flight height of their planes and helicopters as a result. What? You also had a prisoner manage an escape by claiming knowledge of the satanic motorcycle cult responsible for it at all. What the fuck?
Thank you for having me. So that video that you're seeing was actually shot by one of our Belleville police officers, who actually is a licensed drone pilot. So he's got some familiarity with how these things move. He shot that, and what you're looking at right now is in very close proximity. Belleville borders the city of Newark, and Newark, as we probably all know, Newark International Airport is right there, right in the middle of air traffic control. So that's really running up and down Route 21 here in Belleville, which is a direct conduit right to Newark International Airport. That's why it's gravely concerning to see so many drones in the air night after night. That video was shot on December 8th, but the last 2 days has been a hotbed. We have been swarmed with drones over the last 2 evenings.
So a statement put out by federal investigators says they haven't corroborated any of the sightings with electronic detection. And they actually believe that many of the reported sightings are manned aircraft that are operating lawfully. Do you think that some of these reports have simply misidentified or mischaracterized drones? And you know, specifically in that video, what is it that the drone operator said, no, this is the behavior that tells me this is a drone?
Certainly, I mean, now that you have almost widespread hysteria because we have a lack of transparency going on here, everybody's looking up in New Jersey. So clearly there's going to be...
There's no lack of transparency. What the fuck are you talking about? They just don't know because drones are fucking easily accessible. Like, that's literally it. What are they supposed... Oh my God, I can't believe I'm defending the American government here. Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck? We are so crazy. Oh, we're so cooked. We're so fucking cooked. I think we're cooked as fuck, dude. Consumer drones up to 55 pounds, much bigger than typical camera drones, can legally be flown, even under recreational use without reporting or getting authorization. Of course, with some restrictions and registration. In any case, the FAA will be 100% on top of whatever they are. Not drones, not a drone. Nearly 14 minutes of pilot queries, a good few minutes of ATC recordings with pilots recently. It's not my audio, but the interactions do appear to be pretty genuine. Quite fascinating. Oh, stop. This is 100% a Chatter's account. This is Gandalf Ilantifa or whatever, and you are 100% a UFO guy, and you're now saying these are UFOs. Oh my God. There's a reason why I deliberately don't fucking cover the UAP congressional hearings, because this is the one aspect that I find, as far as conspiracy theories goes, this is the one part of like the conspiracy theories that I can't fucking stand, because chatters reveal their fucking insane opinions very voluntarily, very quickly, and it's just like, it further erodes the confidence I have in my own community. I know it's your account. I know. That's what hurts. So you'll believe AMLO but not chat? Okay. No, I often joke about AMLO saying that duendas are real.
Be some misidentification going on, but I could tell you from my own visuals, things that I've seen out my bedroom window and things I've seen over the edge of my balcony, we are absolutely seeing drones. We are not seeing small planes. And frankly, it's been insulting to the residents of New Jersey to be told that they're just seeing things or they're all misidentified.
No, dude, it's most likely some fucking random big ass drones that people are operating, okay, on their own. And now that the story's grown, the number of people with drones that are fucking flying their drones to have some fun is also increased. And then there's collective hysteria and panic that play a major role in the story exploding. But like, for the most part, even if it was commercial drones that are flying over fucking military bases and they couldn't intercept them for one reason or another, why the fuck would the American military voluntarily reveal that they can just have like commercial surveillance aircraft flying over its fucking military bases voluntarily? It's if anything, if the government is coming across as shifty or shady in this circumstance, is most likely to fucking hide incompetence and not like some much larger grand plan that's existing. I'm of the mindset that most of these things can be explained away, and that it's not straight up a alien conspiracy or a foreign adversary that's like actively trying to destroy America or a government psyop. And originally I was going to tackle this and choose my favorite conspiracy theory, but given even in this community, like given how many people want it to be a real story, I fear the dangers of leaning into conspiratorial thinking, even if it is simply to have fun. Okay?
Fine. We're not misidentifying. There are objects that are flying within hundreds of feet above our homes. That's not good. They're just above the sight line, just above the tree line. We know for a fact that these things are not operating the way airplanes do. Airplanes tend to glide and go from point A to point B in a direct line. These things are going up and down in elevation. They're hovering. They're moving erratically. These things are not manned aircraft. That's insulting to be told that.
Do you think federal officials are taking this seriously enough?
It depends on your perspective on that. I mean, we keep being told that these drones are hovering over our critical infrastructure. So that could be either scary or comforting. Scary if
it's so funny because it's like the Defense Department's like, yeah, this happens. It's fucking annoying, but you know, calm down. Okay. But then like random people are like, no, it's hovering over my critical infrastructure. It's like, bitch, what are you saying? You're the fucking mayor of Belleville, New Jersey. What critical infrastructure are drones hovering over? In Belleville, fucking New Jersey. Yeah, if the American military is less panicked about this than you are, I think you should shut the fuck up. They're hovering over our Wawas. What insane new crimes against humanity are being committed in Gaza right now that we have to talk about these drones over New Jersey? No, dude. Americans don't give a fuck about what's going on in Gaza, regardless of whether there's a new conspiracy to pay attention to. Trust me. Very clearly. As evidenced by the reality that 50 women and children were slaughtered literally last night in yet another refugee camp. Did you even hear a peep about that? No. And that's not because of fucking everyone's attention being shifted away to this drone shit. And it's certainly not because people have found themselves in the throes of revolutionary sentiment after Luigi Mangioni's attack against the healthcare CEO or whatever, and people are trying to quickly shift the attention away. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like that either. I think most people just like care about things for a collective total of 12 hours at this point.
If it's a bad actor, or comforting if it's actually our federal government. Some out there, and I'm probably in that group actually do believe these may be government assets that are being deployed because potentially they know of a threat, an active threat, and that these might very well be government assets.
So what do you want from federal authorities? And is part of this the communication that you and other mayors are getting from them? Because it seems that there's been some frustration on that front.
There's a lot of frustration. On Wednesday, 200 mayors were gathered for a security briefing that was unprecedented in the state of New Jersey. We left that meeting knowing next to nothing. What we're asking for is transparency. At this point, I'm not necessarily concerned with who the drones belong to. I can make that assumption. I'm more concerned with why they're out there. That's really the answer. I think having more transparency from the administration, not being told that we're seeing things, not being told there's nothing to see here. I think more transparency.
Dude, this country's in the shitter. It's in the dumps. It's over. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. When people in positions of power are also fucking not demonstrating any sort of calmness that is required in moments like this, to be like, hey guys, let's exercise a little bit of critical thinking, and instead immediately fucking flying off the handle and being like, it's an Iranian mothership. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, America is so not okay. And I know that there is a bunch of fucking leftists in the chat who also love conspiracies, who are like, Hasan, you're out of your element on this one. You're out of your depth on this one. Just like a bunch of people said that to me. They're in the fucking Chinese weather balloon panic, that it just doesn't seem to me like this is as severe or as significant a problem in the way that people present it. Oh, fuck. HasanAbi is dead wrong on this one. Yes, alien dog star. You are correct. I am dead wrong on this one. It's actually an alien mothership. It's not even an Iranian mothership. The FAA has remote ID requirements to fly drones. They broadcast information about the operator, and the info can be accessed by law enforcement. They either know exactly who's flying those drones or they're incompetent. I feel like with the mass availability of drones, I genuinely do feel like half of these are just like not properly registered drones. Like, how the fuck do you understand how, like, you could just purchase something off fucking Alibaba and just like let it rip without getting the proper registration? Like, how are you gonna find out? Remember, during the Chinese weather balloon fear, the Chinese weather balloon panic, they shot a fucking weather balloon that like a bunch of student groups had put together. Okay? Everyone was looking up at the sky going, oh my God, it's another Chinese weather balloon. We're gonna fucking die. And in that panic, they shot a balloon of a local student weather club or whatever. I think part of it is like I'm not gonna cast aside the idea that like part of this is some, you know, testing going on by defense contractors. But I think the overwhelming majority of the hysteria is just people thinking that there's a fucking drone anywhere and everywhere by either scary aliens or even scarier, the Iranians. These are Sharia drones that are flying over the United States of America with whatever purpose they have. I do not know yet. Please don't be upset. Is this an example of manufacturing cassette towards Iran? No, because even the fucking DOD is like, no, this isn't Iran. And if they wanted to, they could so easily massage public sentiment and say, nah, it's Iran. We're talking about very nefarious, like we're talking about a government that may or may not have been involved in anthrax. At least anthrax that was found, anthrax that could be traced back to the FBI, that seemingly made its way into the mailboxes of Americans, that definitely universalized the 9/11, post 9/11 hysteria. Okay? So there have been instances where maybe strange things have happened that have created collective hysteria. You know, people pushing the public sentiment in a certain direction. Having said that, if they wanted to, they could just like so easily be like, this is Iran, this is China, this is a Chinese-Iranian partnership with Russia, and they're trying to make Americans trans with these drone sightings, and everyone would lose their fucking minds. So the very fact that the DOD is not hitting that button means that it's, you know, most likely not foreign adversaries sending out swarms of drones. Nefarious like testing LSD on unaware population in the States and abroad. Yeah, except the problem is those tests were failures. Like, they didn't actually end up figuring out a way to do mind control. I think people forget that. People forget that aspect of it. Like, it didn't end up creating mind control. It just ended up breaking the minds of certain people. That we know about? Oh, stop. What is it? I saw 5 drones.
There's one right above us.
This is weird.
And then there's one over there. What the heck? And then there's one right there. What the heck?
Who knows? Look at the aliens.
But there's 1, 2, 3, like in this, like right here.
Yeah, I can't tell, but I assume that they're just fucking planes, chat. New Jersey Medevac had to issue a warning to their Lifelight pilots about drone activity posing a flight safety risk. The FBI is investigating, but they have no idea what they're dealing with. The governor of New Jersey had a small press briefing earlier this week. People have tried to fly their own private drones to get a better look, only to experience weird battery failures.
Where are the batteries at? It's fully charged.
It says 0. It won't let me.
What is going on? Okay, these are fully charged batteries. It's 2 batteries that have died within seconds, and the drone went up and, what, like a couple feet off the table? And then came right back down. The craziest thing. They will not fly.
If you don't buy into the conspiracy, your community will be dissatisfied. I don't give a fuck. When have I... Yeah, this is dumbasses who think I'm like audience captured or whatever because you're a fucking moron. A dumbass baboon who doesn't fucking understand that there have been a million different instances where I've openly fucking firmly planted my feet on the ground and been directly at odds with numerous members of this fucking community. I'm stubborn to a fault, dumbass. That's why half the fucking people become haters, because they find me to be they literally look to something that they truly believe, and they look to me to agree with them. And when I don't, their brains break and they can't be like, okay, well, we disagree with this, but it doesn't really matter. Half of the fucking haters that feed into the HasanAbi hater complex come from issues exactly like this one. Whether it be my anger and resentment towards cryptocurrencies, my anger and resentment towards NFTs. Many people are like, no, I believe this. And I actually fucking hate that HasanAbi doesn't believe this. So now it's my life's mission to fucking hate him. They don't have the capacity to be like, yeah, maybe we don't agree on this. And maybe I'll just wait this out and see where it goes. Okay? But the notion that like I would be audience captured is so fucking stupid, especially considering everything that I advocate for and everything that I talk about. There isn't a massive, vibrant audience desperately looking for someone to repeat to them the things that they already believe. Or maybe you think that there are, you know, actively at any given moment, 30,000 card-carrying fucking Marxist-Leninists that were always waiting for someone to, I don't know, advocate for these kinds of values, and they all just happen to find this community. Yeah. I lost 30% of my audience after October 7 for not doing that, for not being at the whims of my audience. If I was so fucking audience captured, I would have shied away. Schizo monkey, or is it simply the fact that you describe people at odds with you as an inbred fucking right-winger? Well, considering your name is Schizo monkey, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you might be a fucking inbred right-winger. And that's probably why it hurts, because the truth hurts a lot more than just, you know, someone randomly calling you a thing that you're not. Should I go fly my drone right now? No, you won't be able to, see, because the batteries die.
There's no way the battery's dead. It's fully charged.
It says 0. It won't let me.
What is going on? Okay, these are fully charged batteries. It's 2 batteries that have died within seconds, and the drone went up and, what, like a couple feet off the table? And then came right back down. The craziest thing. They will not fly. Like, it won't fly. What the fuck? I don't believe in government conspiracies, but listen. There's mystery drones, and people's regular drones will not go up in the air and crash out. What the fuck? Trying again to get the drone up.
No, this one won't even let me.
What? What's it saying? Let me see what
It
this
says charge or warm up battery.
What?
Charging battery required.
It's
You are right. I am in fact inbred. My mother fucked her brother. You are right about everything else, though. Good job. 2, good job. Thank you, Schizo Monkey. Perhaps you're on a journey of not able to... You won't be able to overcome being inbred, but maybe you will be able to overcome being a right-winger. RQ-170 Lockheed Martin Skunks Works of the drones, or at least some of them. Do you think America's dog shit education system makes our populace more susceptible to mass hysteria like this? I think it's just like we're bored. We're relatively comfortable. But also at the same time, there's a lot of uncertainty. And yes, a lack of education at our foundation, at our very core, plays a significant role. We are so susceptible to destabilization. I'm sure some of the drones are some weird fucking government defense contractor shit. Like that's I'm not writing that out at all. I just don't think that the level of panic that people are exhibiting has anything to do with like some serious significant threat of inexplicable aerial phenomena.
They just hover. A little bit over there, a little bit over there, a little bit, but they just hover back and forth.
I like that local news is basically operating like a bunch of little Tyler Oliveras, though, going up to like random fucking weirdos and being like, hello, Mr. Crank, sir. Can you explain to me all the drones you saw up in the sky? It's so funny that like people will make fun of, I don't know, Kyrie Irving for knowing the truth about Earth being flat. And then we'll then turn around and collectively engage in this like vast conspiracy.
Wharton, New Jersey resident and Terror Talk podcast host Michael B. has spent the past 2 weeks attempting to see what these peculiar-looking light-up moving dots are in the sky.
I love that every guy that is convinced that this is not a... Every guy that's convinced that this is a drone has their own drone, by the way. Oh, he's not a nobody. He's a podcaster. That's significantly worse.
A drone of his own, but so far he hasn't had any luck.
The other night, there was right here over Picatinny, there was a drone.
Do you guys kind of understand why there's so many more inexplicable aerial phenomena? Because every Tom, Dick, and Harry has a fucking drone. And they're flying their drones to investigate the other drones. And then other people that see those drones are flying their own fucking drones to investigate the drones that they saw that other people were flying to investigate the first fucking drone that they saw. Hello?
Drone just hanging out. I put my drone up in the air and went towards it. I had full battery life. Not 3 minutes into the flight, I lost control of the drone. Warning on my screen, you know, lost control, and my drone started going down.
Dude, we have fucking phone cameras for everything. How come this isn't, like, filmed? Oh, man, you had a fantastic opportunity to film, and you just, like, didn't film it? That's crazy. You didn't film this crazy, inexplicable thing? Like, damn, dude. Shit. I'm hearing a lot about drones, and I'm hearing a lot about, like, all the shit that's happening related to drones, and it's just, like, I just don't see anybody fucking filming it. That's just how drone jammers work. He explained exactly what they do. Why are you covering this up? Because I'm in the pocket of Big Drone. From 500 mayors. He got a briefing from 500 mayors.
New Jersey has some of the best detection equipment in the nation, I am told. We have by far the most robust equipment, is what the state police told us. The detection equipment is up, but not detecting. These are 6-foot drones that are somehow evading our detection. They're not being detected. Here's some unknowns. And again, they were very transparent today. So some of the unknowns. The state police says, unknowns, we have no idea where they're taking off from. No idea. We have no idea where they're landing. No idea at all. We have no idea.
Yeah, because that's just how drones are. Like that podcast host. The one that fucking took off his drone and then landed his drone. I'm sure there were at least 10 to 20 people that saw that drone and freaked the fuck out. And if there was a cop in the process, he would have said, I don't know where this drone is coming from, and I don't know where it landed. That's just how drones are. That's drones. That's it. Everyone can have them. Oh my God.
Idea who is behind them, because as I mentioned, they are not state, and we are told it is not federal. We have no idea the drone types, as I mentioned before. That they stay up about 6 to 7 hours, and if you're a drone operator, you probably know that that's a very, very long time. We know that we've gotten close, but when we do get close, the lights have gone dark and they have left the area. And we do know that they are flying, as I've repeatedly said, they are flying over critical infrastructure like reservoirs, Picatinny Arsenal, Trump Bedminster, and our nuclear power plants.
Oh my God. What is this? Oh, officials say Chinese hacking group dubbed Salt Typhoon compromised at least 8 of America's telecoms networks. The intruders stole the call record metadata of a large number of Americans. Yeah, isn't this what the New York Times wrote about as well? This is what I briefly brought up in the beginning of this conversation about like what our foreign adversaries and their spying capabilities look like. It's old news at this point.
Well, you don't know anything.
All right, so you're here today. You were just inside. You walked out. Why?
I walked out because it was worthless. It was the biggest amateur hour presentation I've ever seen about anything. Okay, it was ridiculous. There were no answers. Every question that was asked by a member of the state legislature, great questions, no answers, no resolution. They don't know where the drones are coming from. They don't know who's doing it. They don't know.
Also, look around. There's water coming from the air. What's that about? It's like the sky is crying on us. Nobody can explain it. I keep asking for questions. I say, what's this ball of fire in the sky? Why is this guy crying? Nobody can give me a goddamn answer on it. What the hell's going on? Is God crying on us or is God peeing on us? I'm partial to both. Could be any number of different reasons. But what you must remember is that we have to panic. We have to panic a lot. Because it's very obvious that if I can't understand something, that means it's the worst possible scenario. And God damn it, I can't understand quite a bit.
Why they're doing it, but they say there's no credible threat. It was annoying to be there. I drove 2 hours to be here today, spent an hour in there, I got to drive 2 hours back. The biggest waste of 5 hours in my entire life.
So why do you think they called this meeting?
No idea. Why would you call a meeting to tell people you don't know anything? I have no idea. And then when the legislators would ask questions, there were no answers. Here's the most frustrating part. The colonel of the state police said that he had a helicopter of his flying over above one of these drones, a six.
Like, the notion here is that the cop is just like actually a fucking drone technician. And no, he's the most knowledgeable guy to investigate the matter. And not just some fucking high school dropout. Okay? Like, dude, they're cops. It's a cop. He flew over the drone. Let me tell you, okay? Everybody knows you got to trust the cops when they tell you something.
6-foot drone or something. I can't remember exactly what he said. And he felt unsafe for his helicopter, so he just let it go. Just let it go. Where'd it go? Who knows? You know, didn't want to follow it because you didn't feel safe. Is that not the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard? I mean, honestly.
Do they have any idea where these drones are originating?
No, they don't. They would. Maybe if they followed that sucker to when it landed.
Okay, I'm beginning to realize that it is a psyop. Okay, are you ready for this? Hold on. Originally, I was wrong when I said that this wasn't actually a government psyop. The drone story is a government psyop, and here's why. On December 8th, an Italian man by the name of Luigi Mangione committed a heinous act of an assassination of a high-powered CEO of one of the most profitable corporations in the United States of America. This created a lot of panic amongst the owner class and also instilled revolutionary sentiment in the proletariat, working class Americans. But another thing that happened that was completely unacceptable. Americans finally decided that an Italian man could be good. Ever since the days of James Gandolfini, Americans had not felt this comfortable openly stating that they thought an Italian man was attractive. In order to combat this kind of pro-Italian sentiment, the American government immediately went to an area where the highest density of Italians were located, New Jersey. In order to show the rest of the country that Italians are actually dumbasses with minds like a medieval peasant, they started flying drones, 6-feet drones, flying in low altitude, flying low enough so that these Italians could see the drones and respond to them. This way, they would show everyone in America with eyes to see that Italians were actually stupid and not worthy of praise. That's the real conspiracy. Luigi Mangione became the people's hero, and America would not let an Italian man thrive. So they immediately went back to the drawing board and started disparaging the good nature and the good name of Italians by bringing hell upon the Italians of New Jersey. Very clearly, the goal is to make Italians look like medieval peasants, dumb apes.
They would know, but they don't. This is a complete lack of effort. in my opinion, on trying to figure this out. This is not about ability. We have the technology, we have the people, we have the training, we have the resources, we have the money. It's just a lack of effort. I mean,
Why?
I don't know. They should be saying, you know what they should have done today with productive use of our time, if they didn't know anything? Come in there and say, hey, legislators, we don't know anything. But if you get us these 10 things, do these 10 things for us, and the governor calls in this kind of action, we can figure it out. Will you help us? And then we would have helped them. But instead it was just excuse after excuse, and we know nothing. It was infuriating, and I got up and I walked out.
You've been in the service, right?
Yeah, I was an attack helicopter pilot, Apache helicopter pilot in the Army, and I helped stand up the initial unmanned aircraft training battalion in the aviation sector of the Army. So I know a little bit about what I'm talking about, and these guys are not doing the job they need to do to figure out what's going on, and that is the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the state police.
And they're saying no threat to...
Bro, this is why there will never be a leftist Joe Rogan, okay? And this is why Joe Rogan is so goddamn popular. Because every American, regardless of their, like, political acumen, regardless of what position they hold in American society, is Joe Rogan. We have become a nation of Joe Rogans. This guy is literally just another Joe Rogan variant, okay? So is the mayor of fucking Bellevue or whatever. We're all Joe Rogans. This is a nation run by Joe Rogans, comprised entirely of Joe Rogans.
To Americans.
They're saying no threat, but how the hell do they know? They don't know anything. They don't know what it is. They don't know where it come from. They don't know nothing. When I walked in here today, I was...
This is literally gang stalking shit, dude. This is... Every American's got a little bit of that gang stalking subredditor energy to them. I swear to God. Oh my Lord, we are so cooked. This spells trouble for American society. This is not good. This is scary. This is dangerous.
Actually pretty calm. I was excited to be here to find out a couple things. I thought they'd be like, hey, listen, it's FedEx, trying to figure it out. But instead I got the most ridiculous amateur hour briefing I've ever sat through.
We're unbelievably cooked.
Jen. Sabrina, can you tell me what the Pentagon is doing to address this issue of drone sightings over New Jersey? It's near sensitive installations. The FBI is involved. What is the Pentagon doing?
Sure. So at this time, aware of those drone sightings that have been reported, at this time we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign entity or the work of an adversary. We're going to continue to monitor what is happening, but at no point were our installations threatened when this activity was occurring.
Can you rule out that these are American drones or U.S. military drones?
These are not U.S. military drones. Again, this is being investigated by local law enforcement. What our initial assessment here is that these are not drones or activities coming from a foreign entity or adversary.
Representative Jeff Van Drew, who is a Republican from New Jersey, was just on the air saying that Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones, and that mothership is off the coast of the east coast of the United States. Is there any truth to that?
There is not any truth to that.
Mothership. Like how far off the American coastline can an Iranian mothership operate? Please take your fucking lithium, dude. You think the American Coast Guard is not actively monitoring random ships that are at least close enough in proximity to the American shoreline that are sending a swarm of fucking drones into the United States of America? This is a conspiracy so far-fetched that even the fucking Pentagon's like, come on, guys. We love a good story about our foreign adversaries dunking on us in an effort to whip up some frenzy. Okay? But even this is too far-fetched. Like, think about that. It's so insane that the fucking Pentagon is saying, like, come on. Come on. It's just, come on. This is the same sentiment behind like vaccination campaigns, like mass inoculation campaigns. There are moments where the government, okay, even for nefarious reasons, will do the right thing to protect the overall welfare of the American citizenry. And I repeated this over and over again. The capitalists wanted you to get inoculated so you can get back to work in, I don't know, 2 days, 3 days, not be permanently damaged, okay, by COVID. That's why they wanted you to get it. And they liked the vaccine so much that they got it ahead of you. And yet, for some reason, so many Americans were like, nah, dog, if the government's telling me I need to get inoculated, I'm not getting that shit. There's probably a really fucking scary reason. It's like, no, dude, it's a very obvious reason. You're fucking cattle. This does not mean it's a bad thing unless you don't mind dying, I guess. That's it. But people are so predisposed to just being like, fuck the government, I don't care what it says, that they just sometimes find themselves lost. When they find themselves being contrarian to the government without like critical examination, you arrive at this weird space where you think that even when the government is trying to do right by you, even if it's for bad purposes, or even if it's for like other additional purposes, like ensuring that, you know, you get back to work in a relatively fast manner, you just automatically assume it's bad. They're up to no good. And then you end up not fucking vaccinating yourself. And here we are at another moment where people are just like, nah, I don't trust them. Here's the video of the mothership comment.
Focus now. Republican Congressman Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, member of the House Judiciary Committee on the Hill right now. How do you address this at this point?
Well, here's the real deal, Harris. You know, I'm also on the Transportation Committee, on the Aviation Subcommittee, and I've gotten to know people. And from very high...
We've been destabilizing the whole world, and now that shit's coming back on us. Yeah, well, that's it. New Jersey residents, after seeing American Airlines B737 take off from Newark. Not funny. Lithium insults, boo. Let's make fun of lithium. Not funny. Oh my God. Oh, dude, stop. Colonial violence returning to the metropole. It is. It's like so much destabilization and a centuries of just destabilization and violence that we brought about to the rest of the world at the behest of the profit motive that we've dished out on our own unsuspecting citizenry have caused Americans to be dumb as fuck. What is this, FedEx system down? What is this FedEx tracking? Dog, you just doxed yourself in the... The fuck is wrong with you? Chatter just linked his own FedEx tracking. What the fuck is wrong with you, Chatter? Are you okay? I know the delivery driver's name. His name is fucking Blake, okay? I know down to the guy who's your delivery driver delivering your package. Do you understand? What the fuck? I banned him. I banned him for his own good. Not permanently.
Sources, very qualified sources, very responsible sources. I'm going to tell you the real deal. Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones. That mothership is off. I'm going to tell you the deal. It's off the east coast of the United States of America. They've launched drones, is everything that we can see or hear. And again, these are from high sources. I don't say this lightly. Now, you know, we know there was a probability it could have been our own government. We know it's not.
But it's not. It's a mothership. It's an Iranian mothership.
Not our own government, because they would have let us know. It could have been.
No, they would have
really
definitely they would have let you know.
Qualified hobbyists that were doing something unbelievable. They don't have the technology. But let's pretend that's possible. The third possibility was somebody, an adversarial country, doing this. Know that Iran made a deal with China to purchase drones, motherships, and technology in order to go forward. The sources I have are good. They can't reveal who they are because they are speaking to me in confidentiality. These drones should be shot down. Whether it was some crazy hobbyist that we can't imagine, or whether it is Iran, and I think it very possibly could be, they should be shot down. We are not getting the full deal, and the military.
My mom just informed me that there was drones all over New Jersey on 4th of July, and that me and Marat laughed at her when she reported on the drones, even back then. We're so fucking cooked. We're so cooked. Does this guy know they sell drones at the convenience store in other countries? They sell drones at the convenience store in this country, Jake.
Is on alert with this.
Look, you've given us some pretty dire information just
dire
here, and I want to make sure that our viewers are digesting this. Iran has the capability to pull up along our eastern seaboard and launch drones the size of an SUV into the skies of several states, particularly New Jersey, where we know the incoming president has a large home.
Bro. Dude, I'm telling you, dude, we're so stupid. We're such a stupid country. It's over. The American project is over. The American century of domination is over before the century even ended. It's so done. I see this project collapsing in its entirety in the next 2 decades, okay?
Also in the same county or nearby where some of these drones in New Jersey have been seen.
The funniest thing is, like, drone stories like this have been around for a while, but the media never fucking pushed the button and started hyper focusing on the madness. Like, I remember every couple of months there's a story from some random town in America. Drones were seen flying over critical infrastructure like power lines. Drones were seen flying over inexplicable drone sightings outside of American military bases. But now the media is giving it a shit ton of coverage.
Growing concern over hundreds of these mysterious drone
So here we are.
sightings in the Northeast.
That is not an airplane.
Videos on social media showing drones described as much larger and faster than those typically used by hobbyists, hovering over parts of New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania in recent days. Some spotted over a U.S. military facility, over reservoirs, and over President-elect Trump's golf club and summer home. The FBI is investigating, but so far, no answers.
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy.
A New Jersey congressman claims Iran is responsible.
Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones. It's off the east coast of the United States of America.
But he's refusing to reveal sources to back up his claim.
Yo, what is this? A fucking Israeli foreign ministry person? What do you mean? They didn't give you any fucking details or information and you're just reporting on it uncritically. We only do that for one country. What the fuck is going on? Normally, we're not supposed to do that for American congresspersons. What the hell?
They do work with the Air Force. They do work with national defense. They do work with drones.
The Pentagon denying any so-called mothership. On the West Coast, a Chinese citizen has been arrested, accused of using a drone to snap aerial photos over Vandenberg Space Force Base. Just hours after the launch of a U.S. spy satellite last month, authorities say he hacked the drone to enter no-fly zones. Some are comparing these drone incidents to that Chinese spy balloon, the size of 2 school buses.
That wasn't... What is happening? That wasn't like a spy balloon. I thought we established that this was not a spy. What? Bro, is this a real local news media? What the fuck? Clickbait title, shame on you. Yeah, Pentagon did not shoot down an Iranian... Pentagon shoots down Iranian mothership claim.
Which was shot down off the South Carolina coast last year.
So my responsibility is for the American people to have full disclosure. That doesn't mean we tell them military secrets. But when you have something the size of a Chevy Suburban hovering over your backyard, and these reports are real, and they don't deny them. The Pentagon doesn't deny the reports. Nobody does. There's something going on here, obviously.
When they envision Archer, when they hear Archer, they think of air taxis, they think of urban mobility. What is the opportunity in defense for Archer?
Yeah, well, I think it's quite common for aircraft manufacturers to participate in both the commercial aspects of the industry as well as the defense aspects. The commercial side of Archer's business has become very mature, and the aircraft is in the late stages of its development and certification program. And so it was a great opportunity for us to really extend and expand our capabilities and move into the defense side. And of course, partnering with Anduril is an amazing opportunity as they're the premier defense tech company in the world.
So what does that product look like when it's all said and done in partnership with Anduril?
So we're building a hybrid electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. It will have a lot of the same capabilities that you've seen on the commercial side. So these are vehicles that can be produced at much lower cost. They're vehicles that have...
I'm going to be honest with you. I do not believe that this will be operational. I think this is a complete fucking fantasy. I think it's a complete fucking fantasy.
Low acoustic, low thermal signatures. And so applications that will be, very helpful towards defense vehicles. I think it's also really important to the U.S. Department of Defense that we add new capabilities. There's this whole new trend in affordable autonomous aircraft that can help bring new capabilities, but also at the same time dramatically lower costs.
You've been working with
here's also reports of multiple airplanes on their final approach to Newark Airport being hit with green laser originating from Staten Island, Perth, Amboy area. Police are searching. Drone panic continues, reminding pointing lasers at airplanes of federal crime. Okay, they're in Staten Island. Okay, like if there's a group of people that are even dumber than the fucking troglodytes in New Jersey, is Staten Islanders. All right, they probably don't understand what planes are. Good luck explaining to them what a fucking plane is. They don't understand like air travel.
Department of Defense for a few years, going back to 2021, but now you're just creating this separate defense division. Why are you doing it now, and what's different about defense tech going into 2025? Is this about a new administration?
Yeah, so Archer has a team of around 1,000 people, and we've been working for a long time on building out the capabilities of our aircraft. As the aircraft matured, it allows us to take that platform and build variants of it that can be useful across different applications. You combine that with the new administration, and you have an incredible opportunity for us to dramatically expand our business. So on the commercial side, it can be certainly very big, but it also is, for some people, hard to define. On the defense side, it's very clear that there are new needs that the Defense Department, is looking for, and we can certainly fill those as well. So the opportunity here really is pretty impressive.
What's the type of infrastructure that has to be in place for the Defense Department at bases here and at outposts around the world in order for this product to succeed?
Well, the beauty is that they're vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, which means we don't need runways. And so that's one of the big benefits, that you can have these aircraft that can be utilized across many different applications. So you can think about all things that helicopters do, and then there's certainly things that you can envision that go even beyond those use cases. So when you don't need runways, you need limited infrastructure.
I look up at the sky in New York City, and I see airplanes from Boeing and Airbus, Embraer, and the like. I still don't see air taxis. When will I see air taxis?
Well, the air taxis will come to the U.S. as soon as the regulatory pathway is clear. And one of the benefits of the new administration is that they are, projecting that there will be an easier time to get through some of the regulatory pathways. That being said, it is still up to Archer to make sure that we produce a safe aircraft, and that's where we really focus. And I think you'll start to see things sooner than you might expect.
What sooner than you might expect? What does that mean in terms of number of years? Am I counting on one hand?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Our goal is to have aircraft commercial in the marketplace by the end of next year.
And where would that be?
Well, the starting point is in the UAE. So the UAE has created a framework for us to get to market by the fourth quarter of next year. And so we've been working very closely with the regulators there. But I do think you'll start to see an increasing amount of excitement coming from the FAA as these products get a lot of hours under them in flight tests and really advanced in the certification.
A 9/11 every day in New York City. Yep. Yeah, I don't believe this. And I don't believe that these are EVTOLs or whatever. Chinese balloon got intel gathered from sensitive U.S. military sites despite U.S. efforts to block it. Yeah. China was able to control the balloon so we can make multiple passes over some sites, at times flying figure-8 formations, to transmit the information and collect it back to Beijing in real time. What? From electronic signals which can be picked up from weapons. They literally admitted it wasn't a fucking spy balloon. What? Why are you sending me this? Yeah. That is an article from April 3rd. This is an article from June 29th. Notice how they're still calling it a Chinese spy balloon, but they're also no longer saying that it was capable of collecting information. That's because it wasn't a fucking spy balloon. That linker was like, I'm going to destroy you. Olala, the drone program called Teardrop of the Sky, has appeared in Canyon Tower. Oh, so now you trust the State Department? Yes. Dude, look at all these drones, man. This is terrifying. See, they're even spying on themselves. Like gunpowder, China is primarily using drones for cool amusements, while Europeans use them for killing people. That's a banger. That's got to be a tweet that someone stole from someone else. There's no way you just came up with that on your own just now. Yeah, that's a banger tweet. Wait until people from New Jersey see these drones. Dude, if you showed this to a guy from New Jersey, I think their heart would explode. Like they would die on the spot. They would have a heart palpitation and die. Okay? Like oh my God. This would literally kill someone. This would, oh my God. Americans are so fucking medieval peasant brain. You know how we joke about like a chicken nugget could kill a medieval child? The average like drone show in China would kill the medieval peasant-minded guy living in fucking Wildwood, New Jersey. Okay? They would literally be like, what the hell? Like going like this right here. If they saw this, they'd be like, the world is collapsing. This is the work of Satan. They should do this over an uncontacted tribe. No, they should just do this over Wildwood, New Jersey. What are you doing, little lady? Come on. Place. I'm telling you, you don't have to go to an uncontacted tribe. You can just go to the average. I would say, normally I would joke and say you could go and show this to the average Alabamian or whatever. But honestly, the average New Jerseyan also has the same mindset, it seems. I saw 15 plus drones last night from New Brunswick. I'm willing to bet, I'm telling you, dude, a lot of the drones, I'm almost certain that a lot of the drones that you're seeing are other people who are investigating the drones themselves. Like, it's so, drones are so fucking easy to purchase. Like, you just go to a Best Buy. It's either fucking planes or other people who saw a plane and started flying their fucking drones. Yeah, I mean, look, some of the drones in former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan's video were found to be stars in the constellation. Brother, I don't know. I just feel like we're cooked.
Parents would actually stop fueling the conspiracy theories that are spreading like wildfire on social media.
So you're saying you think you know who owns the drones?
Yeah, I'm saying that I'm more concerned with why they're there. I mean, you have to understand something. We were told that they're hovering over critical infrastructure. We're also being told there's no credible threat. We're also being told
it's a good actor.
They don't want to take them
you
out of the
don't
air.
think it's a foreign actor. Do you have reason? Do you have reason to believe that it's actually then? I mean, I'm just trying to read between the lines what you're saying, that maybe this is U.S. government or some sort of U.S. asset, but they're not disclosing the objective.
What?
I believe that. The fact they're telling us no credible threat, the fact they're saying they will not shoot them down, the fact they're saying they will not put a temporary ban in place, it's pointing to something. And that's not little green men, and it's probably not a foreign enemy. More than likely, we do believe that these are probably our assets that are actually looking out for a potential threat. That's what we want to know.
All right.
Yeah, well, okay. If they can't say it.
Joining us now.
If they can't, dude, Good Morning America consistently has the worst lighting I don't know how the fuck they haven't been able to figure this out. Every time I see a Good Morning America video, I'm like shocked at how bad their color grading is. It's just so awful. I'm in New Brunswick too, and I'm pretty sure I've seen a plane fly overhead at least once today. I'm scared. Yeah, I know. Humans should have never had the capability of flight. And it's actually kind of crazy that we you know, people are flying overhead like what the hell in a tin can? What is that about?
Now is Mayor Matthew Morello of Washington Township in New Jersey.
I painted the flag of Iran on my drone. And I'm currently flying it outside my 86-year-old neighbor's bathroom window. You're going to kill people, dude. You're going to cause heart attacks. Please don't do that.
You know, state and local law enforcement is precluded by law.
What? Congressman Chris Smith wants to give local cops the authority to shoot at planes if they think they might be drones that just look like planes?
Taking more decisive action, which is why DOD must. They are the ones who have the ability and the authority to act. Congress, yes, and the president, yes, need to move quickly to...
Dude, Americans have two speeds, I swear to God. Burger and shooting guns. That's it. There's no other solution to any fucking problem in this goddamn country. Okay? Everything is burger, gun. Burger, gun. It's either gun or it's burger. Oh my God! The fact that we've been able to dominate the rest of the fucking planet. Oh my God, dude.
Expand state and local authorities, powers. But DOD has it right now. Sheriff Golden wrote me a few days ago requesting legislation to empower the state police to seriously protect at-risk persons and infrastructure, and if necessary, bring down a dangerous drone or drones. I am now drafting that bill and will soon introduce it. I want to thank him for that idea. I'd like to, as many of you know,
I hate to agree with that piece of shit, Adam Kinzinger. It takes the U.S. military 3 to 4 seconds to shoot down an unauthorized drone flying over Area 51. Yet all these monster drones have been allowed to fly over willy-nilly New Jersey for 3 weeks. If you'd like to read more about the drone situation, oh my God. Fake cricket sound effects. What is this? This is like in the late 2000s, DOD needed a response to the threat of dirty bombs from ISIS coming into our ports in New York. Down. This is crazy. Oh. Oh, dude. Is the theory that these drones are nuclear searching drones? What? Oh my God. This is where I come in. The technology these drones use a few suppliers, both for MM wave equipment and the high purity germanium. The same suppliers that are backbone of my industry. So what are they doing? Collecting information on how public will react, PSYOP, and testing their ability to sweep a port city like New York for dirty bombs. Jersey was chose because we're the closest port city to New York, and New York will be too dense for reliable MM-wave comms. But why is the DoD silent? Again, because in a scenario, we have a threat of a dirty bomb and the public doesn't yet know. The DoD needs to know how the public would react if these were deployed to sweep a city. What many don't realize is Ukraine is the reason we're here. That was the first time we deployed them in a combat zone. But make no mistake, they're for protecting the homeland as DoD bought hundreds of thousands to act as swarms capable of sweeping a city. I gotta let her out. She's going crazy.
Oh, and he's here. Of course he's fucking here. Because he's
Ludwig raging so hard at League, he accidentally turns on his voice changers. How I imagine all my ranked homies are feeling.
always here. Because he's watching the fucking stream, fucking cocksucker.
Okay.
God fucking damn it.
Fuck! I'm fucking tilted. What?
What the
happened?
fuck? Your voice sounds funny as fuck.
What just happened? Oh.
Look, we've all been there, okay?
I'm
God fucking damn it.
Fuck! I'm fucking tilted. What?
What the
happened?
fuck? Your voice sounds funny as fuck.
What just happened? Oh, what did I do? No!
Real voice, real voice.
I'm being serious.
This has happened to me as well. This has happened to me as well. My real voice was leaked at the DNC. Okay.
Stop. I'm very upset right now. I can't even hit the escape button. I'm fucking pissed off right now. Can you not laugh? Stop laughing at me!
See her?
Dude, I can't believe he played 100+ hours of League and didn't even rank up a little bit. It's crazy. Fuck all this political shit, Hasan. Start a League stream. After that, perhaps the worst possible time to ask me to become a League streamer is right after we just watched a person lose their fucking mind. You could be better than him in a month? I don't think so. Look, all I'm saying is, what is this? Just thought of a leftist hedgehog named Hasanic. Just made a video game where I feed him candy. What? What is this? Why does this tweet have 5.6K likes? Who did you main in Dota? Rikimoto and Axe. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm a crit guy. Okay? But also, for me, I know the unimaginable amount of time that you need to commit. I don't even understand like how different. I don't understand how different League of Legends is than Dota. I don't even remember most of the components. All I remember is PT. Like I would never be able to go back. I would never be able to go back to a MOBA game, especially knowing how fucking tilting it is for me. And I believe Dota is probably different now than what it was when I played it. When I played Dota, it was the first MOBA ever. Okay? Like, Heroes of New Earth wasn't even out yet. Dota 2 wasn't out, obviously. Like, when I played Dota, League of Legends did not exist. It was not a thing. Like, it was not, this was the first ever MOBA game. It was a fan-made mod off of, I believe it was a Frozen Throne mod, right? Or was it just Warcraft 3? Like, it literally was a Warcraft 3 mod, and I could not comprehend how incredible this was. The feelings that I felt playing this fucking game. It was spectacular. Problem is, nothing will ever replicate the feeling of glory, but also not many things can replicate the feeling of tilt. Okay? It is not something that I want to have in my life. As you guys know, I have problems with addiction. And I think it would ruin my fucking life. More or less tilting than Valo was. More tilting. But Valo exhibits the exact same problems. The highs are incredibly high, but the lows, oh brother, the lows are so fucking low. But I would say that Dota was worse. I was lucky enough that my parents would not allow me to ever play World of Warcraft because they thought that if I were to play something online, they watched like a news bit where, like, I guess they thought that pedophiles would, like, you know, predate on me as a child if I were to play or even communicate with others online. So in order to shelter me from that, they actually would not let me play any online games. I had to play Dota in secrecy. I even got one of those privacy programs where if you did a couple keystrokes, it would automatically collapse the program and hide it. Not even in your taskbar, but like hide it in the corner taskbar, in the mini taskbar. Make it look like it was just a running program that the computer needed. I had all of that shit. And now that I think about it, I don't know why the fuck I had any of that shit, because alt tabbing probably would have sufficed. But it wasn't enough for me to alt tab, or it wasn't even enough for me to like play the game. Like, I just, in my child brain, I thought my parents would know if I was playing an online game. How the fuck would they know the difference between an online game and a non-online game? But in my mind, I thought they would have known. So I got this fucking boss key thing that people use at work. Okay? That is that was the level of interest I had. That was how ride or die I was for this fucking game. And let me tell you, yeah, I was gaming in the closet. When you were 20? No, dude. Dota, when I was 20? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm 33 years old. No, I was like 13, 14. When did Dota come out? Yeah, it did not come out in 2013. No, that's the Dota 2 release date, chatter. No, Dota 1. Dota 1 release date. 2003. Yeah. Yeah, Defense of the Ancients. That's how old I am. I was playing that shit when some chatters weren't alive. Do you understand? Some of the chatters in here were not alive yet, and I was playing this fucking game. We would go to internet cafes and do LAN. We would sing the lyrics of Visita Hari Ventra, Espera ire dota, Unida Mocus Prehend, Visita Hari Ventra. You don't understand how much. You don't understand how much this game ruined my life, or at least like maybe not ruined my life, but played such a music video for this is crazy. There's like sexy ladies and shit. Like Dota was the shit, dude. Dota was cool as fuck. No, it wasn't. It was not. Weren't that negatively affected? You're talking like you had a damn crack addiction because it was a damn what this shit looked like. Okay. For all the youngins out there who don't understand, this is not what 2003 was like when you were playing, when me and the boys were playing Dota at the shittiest internet cafe of all time. There were no hot bitches there, okay? Let me explain to you something, okay? You could not have a single sexy lady in a fucking 30-mile radius, okay? Like, people do not understand. You youngins don't understand. It wasn't sexy or hot to be fucking into video games and anime and manga. It was not a thing, okay? It was not a thing. At least in Turkey, it was not a fucking thing, all right? There is no, like, that's why I never understood why the fucking sweaty American gamers were so mad about, like, women being into nerdy shit. I was like, what are you talking about? This is literally a dream. Do you not understand? Now you have something to talk to girls about. They're interested in it too. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's why I will never understand this new way. Butcher al abi, butcher. Ox. Yeah, pudge. Yeah, exactly. That's too difficult to read in Turkish, so people would say butcher. Ox. I played all the characters. I played Pudge. I played what was the fucking archer with the frost? I played all the characters. I mean, there's no way you don't play all the fucking characters. Anyway, but yeah, this is the reason why I'm never gonna play. Bro, what the fuck is Dota, Unk? Okay, stop. This is why I will never play Dota. I mean, League of Legends. These people think Dota 2 when you say Dota. Yeah, no, I'm talking about Dota 1, bitch. Before you were born, okay? I was playing MOBA games when they were invented. Like, I literally can say that. Think about how fucking insane that is and how much that space has grown, that you have dudes who are literally some of the most famous people in countries like Korea that play League of Legends. I was one of the first people on the planet that played MOBA games. This was before the name MOBA existed. You just had Dota, that's it. Which is crazy. I also found something else that's insane. Apparently, Faker, T1 in general, they have overwhelming majority female fan bases, which is so fucking weird to me. Because, like, you would expect a country where there's, like, a tremendous amount of, like, incel shit going on to have, like, the same level of resentment towards esports. But it's, like, the exact opposite world over there in Korea. Isn't that crazy? No, most of the idol culture style fandoms that are cultivated around esports are heavily dominated by women. Apparently. I had no idea. Yeah, T1 players' viewership is 85% women on average. Like, I didn't understand Myung's fascination. Yeah. But it turns out that's the norm. There's also a professional gamer. There's another esports guy who apparently is like sexy as fuck too. Like he's like super shredded. What's his name? No, not Tyler One, you fucking weirdos. No. No, in Korea, man. Owner? Is it Owner? Is it? I don't know if this is the guy. It might be. I saw a shirtless photo of him. He was like kind of brolic. What the fuck? T1 Owner is looking like the next Calvin Klein model. That is OP. That is OP. You can't have it both, man. You can't do that, man. That's crazy. Here's the viewership stats for all T1 players. Yeah. T1 streams viewers demographics. Owner, 13.2% male, 86.8% female. Faker, 15.7% male, 84% 3 female. Gumayusi, 9% male, 90% female. Carria, 14.5% male, 85% female. Other stats are irrelevant, so I don't care. But damn, Faker only has 15.7% male. He has that many fangirls. Isn't that crazy? No, I think these are Africa numbers. Africa TV numbers, the Korean streaming platform that's in Korean, no English option. So the majority of the registered viewers, those that log in, are Korean fans plus other Asian fans that only count there. Gumayusi has Riz.
a
Look
gift
at
for
him.
you. I present you a normal size croissant.
프랑스 팬분들이 감사의 마음을 담아 평범한 사이즈의 크루아상을 준비해봤습니다. 먹고 후기 한번 들려주시죠.
Todigan 10's friend and teammate Zelz's female audience are HasanAbi heads. Hear what they talk about positively all the time in his Discord. Shout out Aisha. She's probably here watching while throwing her games. I have no idea what those words mean, but that's cool.
Est-ce qu'il aime bien? Do you like it?
Faker is so good, he doesn't need to serve in the military, but BTS does. It's just crazy, man. I'm just shocked to find out. I mean, it makes me happy. It makes me happy. I think it's fucking dope that it's like overwhelmingly a female dominated. Like, that's sick. Why are gamers OP now? That's crazy. That's messed up. That's messed up. You can't be a fucking like esports player that requires you to be sweaty as hell and also be like good looking. I think it's fucked up. Body off with owner. I mean, he'll cook me. Try harder and game more, and this could be you. Faker exemption context. So I'm clear about Faker / Def's military service. It's possibly draft for social service, not active duty, if the candidate had not completed high school or the equivalent curriculum. Oh, they both dropped out of high school in their first year, therefore qualifying for social service? Wait, Faker dropped out of high school? Therefore qualifying for social service as a pro gamer who didn't fall under any grace period categories, and therefore every year he spent as a pro, he's fulfilling the 3 years of not being drafted. As of now, judging from his contract, 1+1, meaning he can play next year as well in certain interviews. Of when he wants to retire, he's probably exempt from military service and will continue to play for much longer. For professional gaming, it's the usual? Wait, what? People are dropping out of high school to be professional gamers? What the fuck? Dude. What the fuck? Yo, this shit is crazy. Is Korea, man, is either that or Samsung. To be fair, if you pull it off, you become Faker level famous. He stood on business for 4 years, man. This is what your average Poe player looks like? What the fuck is this? What is happening in the chat? Faker's advice to middle schooler?
아들이 페이커를 너무 좋아해가지고 지금 아마 꿈이지 않을까. 저희 아들이 이제 중학교 1학년이거든요. 현재 중학교 1학년인데 초등학교 6학년 때부터 롤을 하기 시작해서 이제
6학년 때부터?
네, 시작한 거는
얼마나 됐어요?
1년하고 6개월?
1년 6개월? 그렇구나. 그러면은 롤을 몇 판 정도 했어요?
롤이요? 랭게임만 봤을 때는 400 몇 판 했던 걸로 알고 있는데
일반은 어느 정도?
일반 게임이 아마 1000판, 2000판 이 정도 될 거예요.
그렇구나. 프로게이머가 되고 싶은 거예요?
네.
그러면 프로게이머가 되고 싶은 이유가 뭐예요?
일단
근데 이게 제일 중요하거든.
네, 일단은 그냥 뭐보다 그냥 게임에 재미가 있고요. 그 다음에 제가 다른 친구들에 비해서 일단 어느 정도 한다고 느꼈어요.
어느 정도 한다고 느꼈고 재밌다.
네. 자기가 이 정도까지 티어를 한번 올려보고 자기가 중학교 2학년 때까지 그 티어가 안 된다면 자기 스스로 그만 게임을 그만두겠다.
그렇게 얘기했어요?
아, 네. 정말
그게 어딘데요, 티어가?
지금 티어가 플래티넘인데 목표 티어가 다이아였어요. 지금
다이아?
목표 티어가.
근데 다이아로는 프로 되기 힘들잖아요.
네, 그래도 네, 그렇죠. 그래도 1년, 2년 정도 다이아 하면 그래도 어느 정도 올린 거 아닐까 싶고 해서요.
근데 제가 아는 친구들은
네.
중학교 1, 2학년
Is he telling him that he should drop it because he knows people that go to masters in the first and second grades of middle school? And if he doesn't get the masters by second grade of middle school, he should just drop his pursuit? That is insane.
때 마스터를 찍는 친구도 있어요.
네.
마스터까지는 찍어야 돼요.
네.
Bro, think about Ludwig. Like, this kid is like, oh yeah, I'm diamond. I'm 12 and I'm diamond. Meanwhile, Ludwig is like fucking hardstuck bronze, got his ass carried, played for hundreds of hours, got fucking coaching from some of the best fucking league coaches for 100 hours, didn't move even a little bit, okay? Boosted into silver, stuck, perma stuck at silver. Only after getting fucking boosted. I guess I shouldn't be laughing because I fucking was playing this shit in 2003. So I was playing Dota in 2003.
그거
네.
본인이.
네.
솔직히 게임 하는 데 있어서 가장 중요한 건 실력이거든요. 잘 생각해봐야 될 거예요. 걱정돼가지고. 학교 자퇴하면서 3년, 4년 이렇게 했는데도 마스터에서 그랜드 마스터 못 가고 계속 머물러 있는 친구도 있을 거예요.
네.
뭐 상상이 되죠, 뭔가.
아, 네.
상상은 되죠. 근데 만약에 본인이 그렇게 됐다고 생각해봐요. 그럼 어떨 것 같아요?
I was 2 years old when you were playing Dota. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about how fucking old I am. On them Turkish servers, baby. Faker had the mega famous K-pop girl group Red Velvet. Ask him for pictures. Dude, I don't understand. Like, dude, this stuff is so insane to me. Like, this is an entirely separate planet. And it's kind of funny because, like, I was there at its inception. Okay? In my own unique boomer way. I was over there playing these games, not realizing one day that this shit would be the meta. Like a world-changing meta. It's kind of crazy. That could have been me? Fuck no, it couldn't have been me. Are you kidding me? I'm not saying that at all. The reason why I'm not saying that at all is because you see how fucking ass I am. I never had the dedication. I would tilt far too much. Like, I was decent among my group of friends, but that doesn't mean anything. I wasn't, like, above and beyond my group of friends. Think about that. If you want the Grannons, you have to be on Faker's level. I think Faker's net worth is in the hundreds of millions. He owns apartment complexes. Jesus Christ.
예능으로 처음으로 나왔는데 그쪽에 연예인분들 많이 봐가지고 신기하기도 하고 재밌었고요. 그리고 뭔가 되게 새로운 경험을 한 것 같아서 좋은 것 같아요. 진짜 실제로 보니까 화면하고 똑같으시더라고요. 되게 예쁘시고 근데 빛이 나는데 좀 쳐다보기가 힘들더라고요. MC분들이 뭔가 드립하는 게 되게 엄청 대단하다고 생각이 들어요.
사진 찍어주니까요?
누가요?
사진을 찍어오래요.
Do you despise League because of Dota? Yeah, I've never played League and I will never play another MOBA ever again. You should have never told me Faker's a landlord. I hate him now. Faker has been called the Michael Jordan of esport. He's the only superstar esport has ever produced and is helping propagate esport instead of the other way around. He's unique in that regard. Last time T1 needed to renew Faker, they decided to give him co-owner stakes in T1 and stocks in South Korea Telecom, a mega telecom corporation in T1. They literally gave him the keys of the castle, essentially. What the fuck? Dude, what is that? Dude, okay, I don't want to know any more about this. This shit is crazy. This is actually insane, dude. What the fuck? Yo, Korea is crazy, man. Is crazy. We did so much Korea investigation today. I'm tired. I'm gonna end it here. But it is wild that this motherfucker owns a goddamn apartment, a skyscraper. Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. You already know. We'll do more fun stuff. We did enough fun stuff today. We did some fucking deep dives and shit. We learned about the drones. We learned about all of that. I don't want to hear it. Fun stuff doesn't mean just the stuff that you consider fun. It means the stuff that I consider fun. Anyway, that'll be all for tonight. Peace. Peace and love. See y'all tomorrow. More fun to be had. Hopefully I can put together a gaming lobby as well so we can do some gaming too. All right, bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. along the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS REACTLORD, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so